turn on the lightning tracker with this, you can see where that line of storms has fired up and just starting to make its way close to the Marshall region right now. Looking at some thunder associated with these thunderstorms, and also had one severe thunderstorm warning that was issued. Before I get into that, I do want to show you that this line that we're tracking, it's from to the west of Montevideo, is south all the way into the southwestern part of the state, and we'll watch as this line continues to march its way further to the east. And within this line is where we could see some embedded tornadoes, damaging winds, and also large hail. So here's the first severe thunderstorm warning of the line that has just popped up. It's well off to the southwest. You can see Valley Springs. Here's Sioux Falls. So it's just to the east of Sioux Falls. This storm is moving to the northeast. It's about 50 miles per hour. So I did time this out for some of these locations ahead of 1:30. You're looking at about Beaver Creek with the storm system starting to make its way in. The hail potential is 1-inch diameter and hail wind speeds coming in at 60 miles per hour. But again, that's the first of what we anticipate to be many severe or also tornado warnings throughout the rest of this afternoon and this evening. So let's take you through our next future radar. We have that line of storms further off to the west. Now, line of storms going from west to east, that's oriented from north to south. We've seen that with the severe setup before here. What we have to watch is if we get any supercells out of this storm system, maybe even ahead of that line. Supercell storms are the storm structure that sets up those large, long track tornadoes or very large hail. And that is a possibility even ahead of the line of storms. So that is something we'll have to keep a close eye on. Either way, we're still going to have to watch that line of storms because you still could have tornadoes within that line. They may not be as large, but they're obviously still destructive. Also, when you have a line of storms like that, you have straight line winds that can come out, thunderstorm winds that are sometimes just as powerful as tornadic winds. And then, of course, you still have the hail coming with it. So this is going through the next few hours. We march the line of storms in toward the western part of the metro area. As we go into afternoon, evening, dare I say, unfortunately, looks like the evening commute could see an impact here in the metro. We continue to see this line of storms make its way from the metro further off to the south. We watch them move through even 5, 6 p.m. This is the time that if you can head home now before the evening commute, stay at work a little late, wait till the storms blow through before you hit the roads. That's the best bet with these storms because the timing does roll them through. As we go into about 7, 8 p.m., we start to see them make their way into the western Wisconsin area, and then we start to see the activity push further off to the east. And we could have some residual shower action still going on through tomorrow morning, but the severe weather threat looks to end by about 10 p.m. for most of our area, and then the system does clear on out of here. Now, the reason we are keeping such a close eye on this system, it's a high-end severe weather threat. For us up here in the upper Midwest to get a moderate risk, it's pretty rare. Moderate risk is what we have. It's a 4 out of a 5. That's this darker red color here, which does include the metro area. And this is for that potential of some of those large, long track tornadoes or very large hail we'll have to watch from this system. Still, though, an enhanced risk is a 3 out of a 5, and that's here in this other red color from Marshall, Alexandria, further up to the north. So the severe weather threats, again, on the higher end of the scale with the winds and also hail. We're talking large hail issues, straight line winds, and then the tornado threat, again, for up here in the upper Midwest. This is pretty high for us here. So that is why this is absolutely a must. Have a way to get any of those warnings. Make sure you have your cell phone, the alerts on with that, and know where your safe place is, especially this afternoon and evening, wherever you're at. If you happen to be traveling anywhere, you want to be in a building, obviously, but know where your safe place is, lowest level of that home or area, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So I just showed you that next future radar. Let's take you to the Twin Cities area. As we go into this evening, like I said, we start to pull in the storm chances. It's a line coming in from west to east, and it's right about dinner time that we have those storms roll on through. Now, when it comes to the amount of rain with the system, models have been playing with about a half of an inch for the metro, I'd say. But again, once you get the heavy downpours, then you are looking at the potential of a much higher rainfall amounts. So again, the next weather alert is in place. It's go time. We have that tornado watch has already been set up to the west. It'll probably extend to the east. Have to stay weather aware the rest of the day before things thankfully get quiet. As we go into Thursday is our next rain chance. Temps go from the 60s, then we set it up for the weekend. But please stay safe as we go throughout the rest of the day today. We will be here on CBS News Minnesota with more updates on the top of the hour throughout the system. And of course, if you can safely take any photos, go ahead and do so, and please send them to us at WCCO.com/photos. Again, please stay safe and stay weather aware.
straight line wind damage along with some hail. So we'll certainly be watching that area for the potential for a few brief tornado spin-ups, but right now, relatively benign weather. Here in the Twin Cities, now this goes really for the metro core, so we're talking about the area bounded by 694 on the north and 494 on the west side and the south side. Our chance for high impact weather to impact the commute really comes from about 4:30 or 5 o'clock through the 6 o'clock hour, sort of wrapping up around 7 o'clock. It looks like a pretty narrow strike window for us locally to get the potential for those high impact storms and potentially damaging storms. But don't let your guard down a little sooner or a little later in case we see things come in a little off schedule. I want to bring you up to northern Minnesota. In fact, we do have a live camera. This is in Park Rapids, where the conditions are definitely rainy. There has been a lot of rain up here, over an inch in some cases. And we're not seeing any reports of flooding right now, but this is another threat for northern Minnesota, where we could see some areas of localized either street flooding or small creek and stream flooding. That live shot right now showing you that flood threat, or the rain threat at least. For the rest of us, a 3 out of 5 on our tornado threat scale. So this is extremely high for us. And frankly, even though the season is pretty young here, this will likely go down as one of the highest tornado threat days of the entire summer. Wind damage is 4 out of 5, along with destructive hail. So again, 2-inch diameter hail possible. Straight line wind gusts, which could do as much damage as a low-end tornado, also possible, which means if you have a severe thunderstorm warning for your community today, you probably should just treat that as though it might contain a tornado. People, tornadoes get all the attention, but the truth is that on a map, they're just a tiny pinpoint, whereas these widespread wind events, straight line wind events, can be far more all-encompassing and cause, again, just as much damage. So we're watching this carefully, and actually we're not just doing it here in the studio with Chief Meteorologist Chris Schaefer and myself, but we are live out on the roads, headed to some of the communities to keep an eye on them from the ground as well. And in fact, we've got meteorologist Lisa Meadows in the next weather tracker on her way out. Lisa, where are you headed, and what are you going to be looking for today?
Yep, Mike, so we just left, of course, did the noon show, and then we're hopping on I-35 and we're heading south. Obviously nothing going on just yet. It's just some cloud cover in place. No rain, of course, either. But I will tell you, definitely noticing those dew points, right? One of those ingredients for severe weather, that moisture value over the weekend. Dew points were down even in the 30s at one point, got back to the 40s. Now dew points, we're feeling the moisture into the 60s. So it does feel a lot more like what you would feel on a severe weather season day. So our plan is to head directly south along I-35. And as Mike was just saying earlier, that line of storms moving west to east, something to watch for. But also, if there are any of those supercells that do develop out ahead of that storm, our plan is to be to the south of those. The storm direction, the whole storm line would be west to east, but we could even see a northeasterly component like what we've seen with some of the storms in the line already, 40, 50 mile per hour movement with some of those storms to the northeast. So that's why our plan would be to try to set up to the south in case any of those storms do develop, and if we get any of those supercell storms, because as Mike was saying, a 4 out of a 5 severe weather threat is pretty high for us here. So if we do see any of those supercell storms out ahead of the line, that's something that we'll be watching for definitely. Otherwise, we'll just be watching for that line too. That's right during 4, 5, 6 o'clock. Mike and Chris will be covering this whole thing, of course, on TV, but also this gives us an opportunity. I'll be watching it, of course. I have my laptop here watching all the atmospheric ingredients, and then, of course, the radar, and be able to tell where our safe location will be to go ahead and maybe hunker down as that line does pass. That's for us, obviously planning ahead, planning around these storms. The situation that I don't want anyone to find themselves in is being stuck on the roadways when that line does come through. So this is one of those days, hopefully people are realizing you either need to head home now before the line gets here or wait till after it goes through. But of course, We'll be watching that line. We'll watch if any supercells do come through, and then of course we'll track any of the damage as well, Mike.
All right, thanks, Lisa. Yeah, you know, a great point. You mentioned the dew points. If you haven't been outside since this morning, dew point now up to 60 in downtown Minneapolis, and that definitely for the first time this season feels a little bit like summer. And that is some of the fuel that's feeding into this, but we have a lot of wind energy in the atmosphere as well. And so I want to walk you through, before we send you back to programming, the hour-by-hour forecast here, again showing that area of heavy rain and potentially some embedded thunderstorms to the north. This is the line that, and again, this is a computer model forecast, so the specifics might be a little different from what's happening right now, but this is the line of storms that we're going to watch as we go toward 4 o'clock to turn into something much stronger than it is even right now. And again, it's already produced up to 2-inch diameter hail as it races off to the east toward the Twin Cities metro core at 4 o'clock, moving through during that 4 to 6 p.m. window, and then moving into southeastern Minnesota and southwestern Wisconsin. Winona under the gun by about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. Again, that northern stuff continuing, but this, even if it does produce 1 or 2 isolated severe weather areas, is really more of a flood threat than anything else. With this line of thunderstorms finally exiting as we head toward midnight, there might still be some rain and some rumbles of thunder after 10 o'clock. But honestly, at that point, the severe weather threat is more or less done. And yes, there is some cooler air that comes in behind this. We wake up tomorrow morning maybe with a few wet snowflakes mixing in on the North Shore, because that's Minnesota and that's what we do around here. But the truth is, tomorrow's actually going to be a pretty nice day with sunshine returning, temperatures in the 60s, and really the rest of the week looks very quiet and very nice. But in the short term here, our eyes are all focused up on the severe weather threat. And by the way, we'd love your eyes and your camera to help us. If you see something and you can do it safely, and that is the key, no photo or video is worth risking your safety. You can go to WCCO.com/photos and upload and share any of those pictures and videos. We will absolutely be relying on them and sharing them with our viewers as we go through the evening. So we'll be back at 3 o'clock is our next planned live update, but if anything big happens in the short term, we'll be back on before that, and we also have live radar streaming for you on the stream here as well.
baby are in the hospital this noon after a fire at their home in Andover. Barrett Leone joins us now live with the very latest. Barrett, we understand this was quite the rescue effort out there.
Yeah, it was, Shayla, and it was a successful one thanks to deputies willing to step in and thanks to this ladder you see behind me. This is a ladder that deputies, first responders use to climb inside the nursery to save this baby. Now, things have wrapped up here. Investigators are leaving the scene as we speak, but earlier this morning, it was all hands on deck. Dozens of first responders here from multiple agencies making sure that this was a successful mission. Now, crews got the call around 7 o'clock this morning that a home was on fire and people were trapped inside. Anoka Fire Chief Dennis Jones says deputies and nearby fire personnel who just happened to be in the area jumped into action. First responders ran into the home without protective gear, found both mom and baby, and got them out safely.
Without having transported the patients personally, she was alert, oriented, and conscious. The baby was breathing, and again, it was just a little baby.
Mom and baby were taken to Mercy Hospital in Coon Rapids. We know that they are both in stable condition. Now, the state fire marshal is handling this investigation. The home is likely a total loss, Shayla.
All right, important update. Our Barrett Leone reporting. Thanks so much, Barrett. From the live desk streaming on CBS News Minnesota, Maria Lizignoli joining us now. Maria, I know you're following a meeting today of the Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Committee.
Yeah, that's right, Shayla. And today, Attorney General Keith Ellison was in front of that committee to talk about the Feeding Our Future fraud case. That's, of course, where a number of providers took money but never provided the means to kids in need like they were supposed to. Ellison went through a lot of details, including a meeting he had in December of 2021. AG Ellison says that meeting was supposed to be with a group of East African business owners. He claims they were upset by what they called racial injustice. Ellison says he listened to their concerns. Here's what else he had to say about that meeting.
I took this December 2021 meeting in good faith with people I didn't know, some of whom turned out to be fraudsters. I did nothing for them and took nothing from them. Some months later, some of them were held accountable for their illegal conduct in the Feeding Our Future case.
Ellison went on to talk about that Feeding Our Future fraud case. He told the committee about how COVID had meant that the government intentionally reduced red tape and other hurdles that would typically be attached to an aid program like Feeding Our Future. It was done, he says, so that the operators of those food programs could get what they needed to ensure all kids that needed these meals got them. Shayla.
All right, I'm Maria Lizignoli reporting. Thank you so much, Maria. President Trump's border czar told the press Monday that undocumented immigrants living illegally in the United States cannot hide. The administration claims it has done more to secure the border in the president's first 99 days in office than any other president in history. Natalie Brand has more details from the White House.
DEA agents raided a nightclub in Colorado Springs Sunday, saying they arrested more than 100 undocumented migrants and seized drugs and weapons.
While you're all sleeping at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, there are men and women out there enforcing the law and making this country safe again.
The arrests come as the Trump administration touts its efforts to secure the border during the president's first 100 days in office.
We are in the beginning stages of carrying out the largest deportation campaign in American history.
But the White House is facing questions about due process for individuals and families, especially in light of the deportations last week of 3 U.S.-born children and their migrant mothers to Honduras.
They weren't deported. We don't deport U.S. citizens. The parents made that decision, not the United States government.
The White House's border czar says there's been around 139,000 deportations since President Trump took office. The administration has put these posters on the White House North Lawn of people it's identified as unauthorized immigrants convicted of crimes. With the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, advocacy groups say they've been flooded with calls.
Not only is there that fear, though, but there's a lot of uncertainty about what to do. It's almost like people are paralyzed.
While President Trump's overall approval rating has fallen during his first 100 days, a majority of those surveyed, 56%, say they approve of his program deporting immigrants in the country illegally. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
This afternoon, President Trump plans
Alert.
Good afternoon, 3 o'clock. I'm meteorologist Mike Augustinak as we continue our coverage live here on this next weather alert. And the next weather alert is for a multitude of threats. Here's where we stand right now. I'll get out of the way and show you what we've got lined up across the region, including a threat for some flooding in northwestern Minnesota. That would be street flooding and small creek and stream flooding because of some very, very heavy rain up there. We have a tornado watch that's in effect until 8 o'clock tonight for the area of southwestern Minnesota and west central Minnesota in this gold shaded box. But in this red outlined area, in and near that spot, that's where a watch is coming, likely in the next few minutes, for up to baseball size hail. As we go through the evening, strong damaging winds potentially in excess of 70 miles an hour and the potential for some more tornadoes. But let's talk about what's active right now, and what we have as of this moment are 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings on what's been the most active part of this line so far. Initially, these were 2 individual thunderstorm cells that have now sort of come together in this line with a threat for damaging hail and straight line winds and potentially a wall cloud or a funnel cloud in the vicinity of Windham here right now and in the next few minutes. And this cell here that's moving through Worthington will head up toward the same area as we go through the next 15 minutes or so. Earlier, just a few minutes ago, this cell here had a tornado warning on it. There is a storm spotter that's communicating with the National Weather Service and with us that says that the wall cloud, that's a rotating low appendage hanging down from the cloud base that indicates the potential of tornado formation, that has fallen apart in the past few minutes, and that's why the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. But again, even though this is the active area across the region right now, it is not the only area that is active. And what I want to do actually is we'll do some live on-the-fly analysis, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit. We'll show you what else is going on around the region as we track what is just the first part of our severe weather outbreak coming up over the next few hours. There's actually another storm system up near Wilmer that is strong right now, but does not currently have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. So we'll zoom into that and actually put a storm track on it. These storms are moving to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour or so. Again, no severe weather being reported with this storm at this point, but we're watching pretty much everything that pops up very, very closely today because they all have the potential to create some severe weather. And we'll put a track on this as it moves off to the northeast pretty close to 50 miles an hour. And you can see that over the next few minutes here, I'll get rid of this box so you can see this list of towns. Acton coming up in about 10 minutes, Beckville in about 12 minutes, Litchfield in about 18 minutes, the threat for some small hail and possibly some strong wind gusts moving in. This is the only other strong storm on radar at this moment, although as I say that, you can see a new severe thunderstorm warning has just popped up. So I want to follow that and see where we're looking. Yes, okay. So what the National Weather Service then has done in this area that I was just talking about is sort of expand and extend the severe thunderstorm warning, since this has gone from 2 individual storm cells now down into just a line, and put a severe thunderstorm warning for the threat that is now all across that line. So I want to actually bring back my storm tracker, and we're going to put a track on this as soon as we move the map back to where it was. And by the way, I do want to mention as I do this that we have actually some quite a bit of school closings, school delays. A lot of communities are dismissing and canceling after-school activities early this afternoon. And even though typically those would be scrolling across the bottom of the screen, because we have severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado watches to tell you about, those are being covered up. So if you go to our website, WCCO.com, you will see right on the front page a link to the school cancellations, closings that have been issued so far, and the ones that'll be coming as we go through the rest of the afternoon. So here's that storm track that I was mentioning I wanted to put on this system that just got a new warning on it. And again, it's moving off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour or so. And since I screwed that up, what I'm going to do is come back and do it again. The storm will be moving toward these communities that are in that warning here pretty shortly. And we'll go back to that area and put that storm track back on it again. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News Minnesota, by the way. We have the entire team here. And in fact, actually, you know what I'm going to do, since we have meteorologist Lisa Meadows on her way to southern Minnesota in the next weather tracker, what I'll do is I'll toss to her. She'll give us an update as to what's going on and what she's seeing in the environment where these storms are moving. And then we'll get back to this storm track in a minute. Lisa?
Yes, thank you, Mike. So here's what's going on. We are on I-35. I'll go ahead and give you a look out the front of the next weather tracker that we have here. We're by Clarks Grove. We're about 15 minutes away from making it to Albert Lee, where I-35 intersects I-90. We have the cloud cover here. Got a little bit of water on the roadways, but overall not too much really going on. Our winds are out of the south 16, gusting to 21, and our dew point is at 66. And that's something that I mentioned earlier because dew points are climbing. One of those severe weather ingredients, we need to have the moisture, and we're noticing that increase in the moisture value. So our plan here is we took 35 all the way to the south. Those storms, as Mike has been showing you on radar, off to the west, moving from west to east. And our plan is to set up to the south because the line itself may be moving from west to east, but as he said, those individual storm cells could also be moving in a northeasterly direction, and it's possible we even could get some storm cells, even some super cells, which would be the bigger storms that often would produce the very large hail or even the long track tornadoes. The possibility of those, we would be set up to the south of those, and if they move to the northeast, then we would be in a safe position to the south of those and be able to at least watch them as they continue to move. So that's kind of our plan, is to set up to the south. Like I said, we're about 15 minutes away from Albert Lee. We're going to go there, we're going to set up, and we're going to face back north basically and wait to see if any of those storms do initiate out ahead of that line. If not, then that line will be coming through, and again, we'll be in a safe place for that line to continue to move through. But basically, we're headed south where the conditions are basically ready for any of those tornadoes that could pop up. Now, if the tornadoes form along the line, that's the thing. Anytime we get a line of thunderstorms like that, you get strong thunderstorm wind gusts, which could be just as strong as tornadic wind gusts anyways, right? But also you could have embedded tornadoes within that line. So it's kind of two different scenarios that are possible with the weather setup. And that's why this is a 4 out of 5 severe weather threat. If we get the supercells, those would be large tornadoes that we would have to watch for, or if we get that line of storms. But of course, that's why I'm out in the field watching this aspect, and we have Mike and Chris both in the studio covering it there as well.
All right. Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate that you're out there. Can't wait to see what you encounter as we go through the afternoon, and of course doing it safely. Here's that storm track I wanted to show you earlier. Some of the strongest weather with the potential for damage coming into Round Lake right now. We also have Delafield under the gun just in the next couple of minutes for some very strong wind gusts and some hail. Lakefield coming up at 3:24. Lake Hanska at 3:34. St. James, provided this system holds together, at 3:41. So that whole storm system coming through part of a system that actually had some hail reports up to hen egg size. So that's 2-inch diameter hail just about an hour or so ago, and some more hail just reported covering the ground just to the west of Windham as we went through just about 10 or 15 minutes ago. A couple of isolated severe thunderstorm warnings through parts of central Wisconsin, which also has a severe weather threat, and we have that heavy rain across northern Minnesota as well. That area has a lower threat for severe weather, but not a zero threat for severe weather. So what I want to do is actually show you our severe weather outlook for today. And that outlook encompasses really the entire area. This darkest red area is a moderate risk for severe weather. That's 4 out of 5 on our scale, with the risk for severe weather dropping off as you head to the north. And that does indicate, or it should indicate to you, that our threat for tornadoes is highest in this Category 4 risk, but it's certainly not zero as you get into this Category 3 risk or Category 2 risk up toward Alexandria, Leech Lake, Silver Bay. It's lower here, but it's not zero. And again, also keep in mind that hail is a threat that comes with these storms today as well. Want to update you on the time and impacts for our commute coming up later on this evening. The commute time here in the Twin Cities, generally between about 4 and 6 p.m. is going to be the window where we have our biggest impacts possible, including a high impact from heavy rain and potentially severe weather coming right through the metro core at 5 o'clock, and a moderate impact coming up at 6 o'clock as we get just a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out. So I'm actually going to jump back to that. That's kind of what we do here on these days, and that's why we're so grateful to you to join us here on the stream. New severe thunderstorm warning for this These are all overlapping, and that is a little messy to look at, but I'll tell you that it's this cell right here, just to the north of Wyndham, that is starting to show signs of rotation again, and that storm spotter I was mentioning actually has eyes on a wall cloud. Again, that is sometimes the precursor to a tornado dropping down. So what I want to do here is zoom in a little bit on this storm system. The storm cell, I should say, itself, and you can see that that Wyndham is definitely getting some of the heavy rain and seeing a lot of lightning and hearing a lot of thunder. But at least at this point, the threat for the tornado seems to be a little farther north. There is no tornado warning on this. This is still a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. However, these types of storms on days like this could drop a tornado very quickly. And what we're looking at here is what we call our storm relative winds. So this is tied back to the radar site, which is down here in the lower left corner of your screen. Anywhere that you see green or colder colors, that's air and raindrops that are moving toward the radar. And anywhere you see red or warmer colors is where we're seeing air moving away from the radar. And so in some cases here, what we're getting are some rotations, and where you have those red pixels and green pixels right next to each other, that's indicating that the storm is spinning, and a spinning storm is really required to drop a tornado. So no reports of tornadoes at this point, no tornado warning at this point, but nevertheless, this storm system is capable of producing a tornado, and that's why we have reissued or seen the National Weather Service reissue a severe thunderstorm warning on it, sort of reserving the right to update that or increase that to a tornado warning if that indication becomes clear on radar. Turning on our rotation detector, not really seeing anything there. What I want to do, though, is turn on our hail detector, because I see Chief Meteorologist Chris Schaefer in the Weather Center actually taking a look at some of the hail conditions here. And I'm going to get rid of these boxes because they're in the way, but there is some pretty big hail that's coming with this storm system as well. And the hail is definitely a considerable threat today as well. The potential for up to baseball size hail exists right through about 8 or 9 o'clock this evening. Our hail detection algorithm, in addition to showing that potential for a tornado to form, is indicating at least golf ball size hail, if not tennis ball size hail. And again, these are all moving off to the northeast. This storm is at about 50 miles an hour. So Wyndham, you should be sheltering at this point. Likely that the worst part of the storm is going to pass you to the north, but we can't guarantee that. And again, today, even though this is only a severe thunderstorm warning, you should still treat it as what it is, which is a storm that can hurt you and cause damage. All right, I want to get back to the forecast and show you what's going on for the rest of us through the afternoon. This is a computer model, and it's doing a really good job right now of showing us reality. So we trust it to give us an accurate forecast going out into the future. So what I'll do is I'll roll this forecast through 4 o'clock, and you can see that strongest line of storms stays pretty short and stubby, but it's headed right toward the Twin Cities metro at that point, looking like we'll see explosive thunderstorm and potentially tornadic development as we go between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., especially from the Twin Cities on south, right in that moderate risk, that Category 4 bullseye. And then as we go through about 9 o'clock, those storms look to still hold together and maintain their destructive potential through Eau Claire, Winona, Rochester, and Austin, with pretty quickly those strongest storms moving into Wisconsin and falling apart by the time we get to midnight tonight, but still some locally heavy rain that could, too, cause a little bit of street flooding. Northern Minnesota still getting rain at this point, still potentially locally heavy, and then also starting to see the potential that we could see enough cold air wrapping in northern Minnesota that a little bit of sleet could mix in. That could also increase the hail threat as well. It's a mess coming up again for about the next 6 to 8 hours, and then pretty quickly through the overnight tonight, that threat for severe weather goes away. We end up with a cloudy start to the day across the eastern areas of Minnesota and western Wisconsin, a sunny start to the day off to the west, with a trend toward sunshine through the day. Warmer weather, low 60s, so that threat for sleet and snow is gone pretty quickly tomorrow. But nevertheless, a cooler day coming up tomorrow than today. We are at 70 degrees right now in the Twin Cities on the rooftop with a dew point at 62. So we are continuing to juice up the atmosphere. The threat continues, and we're going to stay with you here off and on right through the day into the evening whenever we're needed here on CBS News Minnesota and also live on TV.
But our parent company, Paramount, is trying to complete a merger. The Trump administration must approve it. Paramount began to supervise our content in new ways. None of our stories has been blocked, but Bill felt he lost the independence that honest journalism requires. No one here is happy about it, but in resigning, Bill proved one thing. He was the right person to lead 60 Minutes all along.
Last fall, President Trump filed a lawsuit against CBS News and Paramount Global. The president claims a 60 Minutes interview with former Vice President Kamala Harris was edited at the direction of Harris's presidential campaign. CBS says those claims are unfounded. Paramount is the parent company of WCCO TV. We've talked about it being an active weather day, and we're going to send meteorologist Mike Augustinac. What are you seeing?
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, we now have a confirmation that there is a tornado in progress in Martin County. This report was from somebody in Fairmont looking to the west. So here's Fairmont here. And if that report from just a few minutes ago was exactly accurate, it may be this little notch here that you see in this line of otherwise severe thunderstorms that's kind of racing off to the northwest at about 50 miles an hour or so. So cities in the path of the storm in general include Truman and also Winnebago. But what I want to do is put an exact storm track on this for you. Again, this is a confirmed tornado now, likely emanating from this part of the storm. And the storm track has it moving toward, as I mentioned, Martin Luther King High School coming up in about 7 minutes or so. A lot of communities and schools across the state of Minnesota have postponed or canceled after-school activities. In fact, you can't see those on our screen right now because of the warning that's crawling across the bottom of the screen. But all those cancellations are actually on our website at WCCO.com. But Martin Luther High School at 4:35. This storm is headed there. Granada at 4:36. Winnebago at 4:48. Amboy at 4:55 if this storm holds together. And actually, there's another area here that's looking kind of interesting just to the north of Ceylon. So what I want to do, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that town, put a storm track on that area as well, because even if that is not producing a tornado right now, I can tell from looking at the radar that it has some rotation with it. So other towns that should be in shelter right now include Fairmont. I guess I could say obviously, but maybe that's not obvious. Fairmont, you should be in your tornado safe place, the lowest floor of your home, including a basement if you've got it, if not an interior room or closet as far away from the outside as you can. Granada again at 4:45. So these storms are really kind of tracking over the same areas. I'm going to switch modes here, and what we're going to do is take a look at the way the winds are moving within the storm, and that's going to give us the ability to tell exactly what area of rotation the National Weather Service is concerned about. And I'll be honest with you, this is a mess. It's looking like this area right here where we've got warm colors or red. That's air and raindrops moving away from the radar site. That's up here in the Twin Cities. And this green area here just to the south of Fairmont, that's raindrops or air that's moving up toward the radar site. So that's an area of circulation here. And what this is telling me is this is likely rain wrapped. So very, very hard to see. And again, moving extremely quickly. It's likely about to cross I-90. So guys, if you happen to have a traffic camera that's in the Fairmont area along I-90 and want to pull that up, we can take a look and see if we can see anything. And you're welcome to just pop that on whenever and if ever you do have it. But again, anywhere in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place coming up for at least the next 20 to 30 minutes as this storm goes by. It is not the only storm we're watching, so I do actually want to make sure that we are inclusive of everybody here. So what I want to do is widen out a little bit, and we're going to take a look at what's going on across the entire region. There are other active warnings right now, including the potential that a few severe thunderstorms could turn tornadic as well. So we'll switch the radar mode here. We'll go back to our regular radar mode, and we'll sort of show you what's going on. There is a tornado warning here that's been ongoing now, a storm just across the I-94 corridor, now moving north of I-94. So we'll take a quick look at that as we take a zoom in here and show you this storm has not produced a tornado on the ground. However, it has been producing kind of ragged wall clouds, which is a low-hanging cloud base that indicates there's rotation in the storm and that it could potentially drop a tornado at any time. That's why this warning has been ongoing now for the past I think half an hour to 45 minutes. It's again now north of Becker. It's not going to impact St. Cloud. It's between Becker and St. Cloud, headed up toward Malacca and Mille Lacs County. And again, right here, we're seeing the indication that this storm could be twisting, and that's the most dangerous part of the storm. So we'll put a cone on that as well and show you the towns that it'll be moving toward as we go through about the next 45 minutes or so. This one, too, moving quickly off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Some of these towns we mentioned to you about 15 minutes ago. Santiago at 4:36, so in the next 5 minutes, the strongest part of the storm headed there. Princeton at 4:49. Carmody at 4:57, again, if it holds together. And yes, this does have a tornado threat, but once again today, want to indicate that it's not just tornadoes. We need to treat damaging straight line winds as though they're just as dangerous as tornadoes, because they are, and also large hail. And I think Chris has a little bit about this storm and the hail potential.
Yeah, we were talking about that. In fact, Jeff and Maria showed that traffic cam where it looked like the hail was accumulating on parts of 94. Estimates were coming in around an inch in diameter, but you can see this blue bullseye within the tornado warning here. That's where the hail is really coming down. It skipped across 94, is now heading toward the town of Palmer, and that tornado warning is still in effect, but as Gusty mentioned, it's not a confirmed tornado on the ground. We're picking up rotation. It's been consistent. And these are moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour toward the northeast. So when you hear these warnings, and there will be more into the night, make sure you take them seriously, because there isn't a lot of time for you to get to the safe place that we talk about all the time. Here's a closer look at the rotation we're picking up. When you see the greens and the reds jammed close together, that's picking up rotation oftentimes higher than the surface. So it's funnel clouds that might be spotted. Maybe it's a rotating wall cloud, but at the moment, nothing has been confirmed with that down on the ground. However, down in the purple box, that's where we have the confirmed tornado. This line, we talked about it, as it gets closer to the Twin Cities, will eventually congeal and become more of a wind threat. But right now, it's a tornado threat to the south. Reports of Mankato of some hail falling down on the roadways, too. Jeff just mentioned picking up on the traffic cams down in that area. And the ingredients are there. Look at us. We've warmed up to 71 degrees, in the 70s to the southwest. And if you've been outside at all lately, you know it's humid out there as well. Those dew points have shot up into the 60s, so all the ingredients are in place, and we'll be covering these warnings likely for the next several hours as they push from west to east through the Twin Cities. Here, another option coming up right now. I'm going to check it right now. I'm getting reports of nickel-sized hail down in the St. Peter area. Also, Kanabec County is activating, too, getting ready for any action that will be coming in the area. Let me go back to that line of thunderstorms just to show you what we've been watching. The greatest threat initially is certainly going to be the large hail that we've been reporting, and also the possibility for strong, long-track tornadoes. So when we see these tornado warnings coming up, you have to take them seriously. As the line gets closer to the Twin Cities, it's going to become more of a wind threat as it becomes a straight line wind threat, but also some isolated tornadoes. Let's go back to Mike Augustinak for more.
All right, thanks, Chris. We'll widen out now and we'll show you the forecast over the next short time here. All these storms, this is a computer model doing an excellent job of modeling what's happening right now, which gives us a lot of confidence in its thoughts as to what's going to play out in the future. And what's going to happen just over the next half an hour to hour is that area of storms is going to start to move into the Twin Cities metro. And you can still see some of these individual stronger cells. Those are the ones that are going to have the highest potential to produce a tornado. But really anywhere along this line as it moves eastward, not everywhere, but anywhere, it could produce a tornado that's brief in intensity, or I should say a brief spin up and strong in intensity. So after 5 o'clock through 7 o'clock, that severe weather threat moves eastward through the St. Croix Valley into the Mississippi Valley south and east of the Twin Cities. At 7 o'clock, that threat still around the Owatonna, Faribault area. Fairmont at that point is clear. And then as we go through 9 o'clock, the Winona, Rochester, Austin, Albert Lee area has the potential to get some severe weather. Still likely getting some locally heavy rain off to the north, possibly with some hail as well, but the severe weather threat up north always looked to be lower and seems at this point to not really be playing out, although there will be enough cool air coming in to create hail potentially at first in some of those heavier downpours. And yes, by early tomorrow morning, there could even be a little bit of wet snow mixing in. So that's how things will play out over the next several hours. And that's why we have not one, but two tornado watches. The one that's west of the Twin Cities metro counties. This one goes until 8 o'clock tonight. The one that includes all of the Twin Cities metro counties down toward Austin, Rochester, Winona, Red Wing, Hudson. This goes until 11 o'clock this evening. And as I mentioned, even though there has been some occasional thunder, there's been some heavy rain up north, there are no watches in effect up there at this point. But this is where all eyes are right now. We have a confirmed tornado in this box. This tornado warning includes the city of Fairmont. If you're watching us right now, we're watching you using the radar. We hope that you are in your safe spot, a basement or in an interior room or closet on the lowest level of your home. Put as many walls as you can between you and the outside to protect yourself from this potentially large tornado that's moving off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Again, this area here that's in the city of Fairmont is the most dangerous part of the storm right now, just rocketing off to the northeast. So we're going to continue to update this list of towns and times of arrival. But if you're in the Grenada area, your time to get below ground is right now. You've got about 5 to 7 minutes before the strongest part of the storm gets there. Nashville, 4:51. Winnebago, 4:55. Vernon Center, if this storm holds together, at 5:06. And this has been a pretty long-lived rotation. The question is whether or not the storm is still on the ground. The National Weather Service has storm spotters that are actually safely located outside of this storm, watching it, and they have been reporting to us what they're seeing. And again, at one point, they did see a tornado on the ground. Somebody in Fairmont was looking to the west, watching it come toward the city of Fairmont. So this is one to take seriously, but again, all of these are today. We've had this long-lived tornado warning just to the southeast of St. Cloud. Just on the doorstep of Baldwin. This area here has at times had a rotating wall cloud, which is the precursor to a tornado. At this point, it's looking a little more ragged, but if we switch our modes again so that I can get a sense and see what's going on inside the storm, you can see there is still rotation right here. So again, this is reference to the National Weather Service radar down here across the bottom right of your screen. Any green colors, that's air that's blowing this way. Any red colors, that's air that's blowing that way. And that rotation, Jeff, is why we're watching this very, very closely. The National Weather Service, they're trimming off the back edge of the tornado warning because the threat from places like Linden to Palmer to Highway 10 from this particular storm is over, but it continues to move off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. And so I'm going to do a storm track on this one as well so that we can make sure that all of our viewers are informed as to where this thing is going and how quickly. And once again, these things are moving so fast that I need to zoom out in order to fit that entire storm track. So we're going to try that again. And the times of arrival, the communities that need to be sheltering right now include Greenbush coming up in about 10 minutes. The strongest part of the storm likely headed that direction. Bogus Brook at 5 o'clock, and Carmody coming up at 5:05. I said I was going to toss it to Jeff. I will in 1 second. Jeff, I'm sorry. I want to check this new warning that just came in. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, now including the Montgomery area. Mankato getting rocked right now with a strong thunderstorm, the potential for large hail and damaging wind. All this is moving kind of east or a little north of due east, so Montgomery to Waterville. Now's the time to take shelter. This storm could also produce a tornado at any time. We're going to keep a close eye on the radar for you. And for now, we'll send it to Jeff. We'll be back in a minute.
All right, thank you, Mike. And this is just one of those times where we have several reminders on how to stay safe in these situations. You heard illustrate them, but during a thunderstorm, straight line winds can be as destructive as a tornado, and they said that that's what happened mainly for the metro. Move inside a sturdy shelter and stay away from windows, sheds, and storage facilities. Those are not a safe choice. Do not go into large open rooms like cafeterias, gymnasiums, or auditoriums if you have your kids who might still be at school, something to remind them of. And being in a vehicle is actually safer than being outside, but drive to the closest sturdy shelter if time and conditions allow. Now, during a tornado, you want to be if you're at home, go go to a basement or an interior room and stay away from windows. I'm going to send it over to Chief Meteorologist Chris Schaefer, who has another update for us.
Jeff, those are important tips, and the whole purpose of our next weather alert is to prepare you, not to scare you. I want you fully ready to go. So does Mike and Lisa, everybody on our meteorological team. So when it does hit the fan, so to speak, you're ready to go. You know where to go. You can calmly get there. And we have a few areas that are under the gun right now with the severe weather. You see the line that's starting to join, merge, become one. There's a nice little gap around the Twin Cities. I strongly hope that holds. But we've got the 2 tornado warnings and some promise down to the south now where this likely has lifted and is more like still a rotating wall cloud or perhaps a funnel cloud in the area. But you see the lightning. These are very strong thunderstorms. The gold boxes, those indicate severe thunderstorm warnings. We've had several reports of hail up to an inch, inch and a half in diameter. That's kind of on the threshold of doing some damage as it works its way toward the east. And we talked about the tornado down there. You see the times as it's pushing to the northeast, and these are moving at such a rapid clip. We're talking 50 to 60 miles per hour. Very hard to track them, and that does not give you much lead time if indeed one is confirmed in your area. But eventually heading toward Winnebago, Amboy. Even if it has lifted as a funnel cloud, it could easily drop again. So make sure you take your iPad, take your phone down to the basement, get to a safe spot if you are at home. Right now, we're starting to see this one weekend. There's still an active tornado warning, thus the red box, but that was never confirmed on the ground. There were just reports of a funnel cloud, a rotating wall cloud at one point, and even the hail estimates are weakening. If they were in the bright colors like the blue and the green and the yellow, that's damaging hail. It's now kind of phased out to pea-size hail, which won't do any damage. It's still a spectacle, obviously, but we're watching still some weak rotation in that area just southeast of Santiago, pushing toward the northeast at that 50-plus mile-per-hour speed. Here's a line popping all along the warm front. We're really not going to be in the clear until the cold front swings through, which will be later on this evening. But remember, all this energy is scooting to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour, and the whole line is crawling toward the east, eventually coming to the Twin Cities. Take a look at the threats. They're all there. I would say flooding is the least of the concerns because it won't rain long once it does. But be prepared for anything because we've seen these tornadoes pop. And we've talked about the possibility of damaging hail and wind and tornadoes. This will hold because the National Weather Service certainly has us in the bullseye for the severe weather. We've been talking about this system for days, and we are, in fact, in a tornado watch. You can see it's till 8 o'clock to the west. That will likely expire before then until 11 o'clock for the Twin Cities and parts of western Wisconsin. Let's check out, we've had some reports of hailstones the size of quarters, by the way, down in the St. Peter area. And let's go to Waconia now. David Schumann is down there live. David, what are you seeing down there?
Chris, we're standing here on the edge of Lake Waconia, and you notice my hood is down. We have had no precipitation here yet. It appears to be coming soon, but the winds have really picked up. Seems like steady 25 to 30 mile per hour gusts, possibly up to 40, 45 miles an hour. And we pulled into Lake Waconia here because we actually saw a bunch of guys who were windsurfing out on the lake. They were windsurfing, they were kite surfing, and you know, they were having really a great time, but then things started to pick up. You feel that storm coming in, right? And they decided it was time to get off the water, but they are still here now, kind of watching the storm roll in with us. That's the town of Waconia behind us. We have seen a lightning strike or two, but yeah, things are starting to pick up here, and we anticipate soon, if you look at the radar, that the storms will start to move in here pretty quickly, and we're gonna keep monitoring that for you, and hopefully in a little while get you some of that video of them windsurfing out on the lake, because that was pretty cool to see.
All right, thanks, David. We appreciate your report. Stay safe out there. We're certainly going to be dealing with some of this type of weather off and on for the next couple of hours. I do want to update you while David was reporting. We actually did get an extension of the tornado warning for that storm that's in Sherburne County. This is a new warning. Let's see how long this goes. It includes the city of Princeton, which was one of the towns that I mentioned should be in the storm track and should be taking shelter. This goes until 5:15 for parts of Benton, Isanti, Mille Lacs, Sherburne County. This also could potentially contain some hail as well, but the biggest concern is that potential for a tornado. When we say long track, tornadoes, that's what this has been. Even though we have not had any reports of a tornado on the ground, the parent storm system that's creating this tornado threat, it's called a supercell thunderstorm. They just keep rotating and rotating and rotating, and as long as that's happening, they could potentially put down a tornado, which is why the tornado warning continues. And we've had some eyeballs on this as well, showing at times the start or the try of a formation of a funnel cloud. Just now past Santiago, this rotating thunderstorm here, a pretty broad rotation, is the culprit for that extension of the warning, which again includes Baldwin and Princeton. This storm moving off to the northeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. Again, it does not or has not produced a tornado at this point, but could at any moment. And so you do need to be in your tornado safe place. We'll put a storm track on this just to update some of those towns, because again, the ones that we have already mentioned, unfortunately, have worked out in such a way that they are in fact under a threat. But the new towns that we're concerned with and the new times of arrival are really based at that point just to the northwest of Princeton and moving toward Brickton at 4:50 p.m. Carmody, it's the third time I've mentioned that community. Please go underground if you have a basement, or be inside an interior room or closet on the lowest level of your home, away from windows. At 4:59, the strongest part of the storm is headed there. Maple Ridge at 5:07, again, rocketing off to the northeast pretty quickly here. Another storm system that continues to show the potential for producing a tornado includes parts of our south viewing area. We'll zoom out here a little bit, and I'll show you that there is a broken line of thunderstorms west of the Twin Cities that has yet to move through, but likely will over the next 2 hours or so. And it is running into an atmosphere that is still primed. It's not been, the energy and the moisture in the atmosphere has not been removed by a previous round of storms. So we still have to be on a very close guard here in the Twin Cities metro for what's coming. We're also continuing to watch this cell that had a report to the National Weather Service that it was producing a tornado on the ground about 20 or 30 minutes ago to the west of Fairmont. This red box is a tornado warning, but it is no longer an observed tornado. So that is indicating that there have been no recent reports of that storm producing a tornado or a funnel cloud. But again, all of these little bumps here, this indicates rotation within this line of storms. And in any of these spots at any time, a tornado could drop from the cloud base, which is why this warning is on it. It's kind of a broad warning to encompass this entire area because we see the potential, but it's almost impossible to tell exactly which one of these pixels could end up potentially creating a tornado. We are watching this move off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So Winnebago, mentioned to you a few times, you need to be sheltering right now. This Highway 169 corridor between about Mankato and Blue Earth, very, very dangerous weather moving through. And in fact, this is moving into an area that has quite a bit of juice left. I mentioned here in the Twin Cities, we've got an atmosphere that is primed. The temperature on the rooftop is 70. The dew point is 64. At times, our winds are gusting to 40 miles an hour, and that's a lot of energy. Same thing here in Albert Lea. And our meteorologist Lisa Meadows has gone south today to keep an eye on that community and report live with our next weather tracker. I think that she's ready to tell us what she's seeing. Are you there, Lisa?
Yep, Mike. Yep, we're here. We are here in Albert Lea. Current temp, we've jumped into the 70s, dew points into the 60s here. So yes, we are right in the where the atmosphere is ready to go if we do get that trigger to produce some of those thunderstorms. Now, we are about 57 miles to the east of Fairmont, where you were talking about that tornado warning that's off to our west along that line of thunderstorms. And here we actually have sun. We have breaks in the clouds. It is windy. We have winds that are coming in out of the south. We've had sustained winds about 25. We even had wind gusts about 45 miles per hour. And like I said, the dew points are up. You can kind of feel the moisture in the atmosphere, which is, you know, the setup for the severe weather. We've been here just kind of hanging out, waiting for the storms to develop to our west. Interestingly, there have been storm chasers that drove all the way from Oklahoma up here to Minnesota to do some storm chasing with this. Not recommended. You do not want to do that, obviously, but it just goes to show, you know, this is kind of abnormal for us to get this scale of a severe weather, potential severe weather, for people to come all the way from, say, Tornado Alley up here to do, you know, some storm chasing. Again, that is not something you want to do. For us, a lot of experience and obviously a degree in meteorology is the reason we're out here. And we specifically placed ourselves down here in Albert Lea. So as those storms continue to progress from west to east, we'll watch them. And hopefully we'll be to the south of any of those specific storm cells that we can track for you as well. But we're going to watch the line as it does continue to move through. And of course, if we need to, we'll hop in and take shelter. But we'll continue to watch this storm as it continues to move in as we head throughout the next few hours. Now let's go ahead and toss it on over to Chief Meteorologist Chris Schaefer.
Thanks, Lisa. You see Lisa, and you would think it was mid-July. She's in the short-sleeve shirt. The hair is blowing in the wind. That's because it has gotten sneaky warm, with temperatures creeping up into the 70s in many parts of the state. It's also gotten pretty humid out there, with dew points rising into the 60s. The ingredients are there, and everything we've been talking about for what has it been, a week, talking about the potential of the storms today, they are happening. I'm going to give you a little tour. I don't want to neglect northern Minnesota. You've had some strong thunderstorms push through with some heavy rain. That's the one good news part of this situation, because the drought conditions are rough up there. So you're gaining some good ground without the severe potential. We'll bring it back to one cell we've been watching since Jeff and Maria showed us a traffic camera of hail accumulated on Highway 94 to the point where cars were pulling over. Well, that cell has moved quickly up to the Baldwin area. They're moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. The tornado warning, the entire run of this has been Doppler indicated. In other words, there's been rotation picked up. At times could be a rotating wall cloud, could be a funnel cloud, but nothing confirmed on the ground. Regardless, we've had some sizable hail that could do some damage. Estimates up around 1.5 inches. You can see, despite the fact that there's not an active tornado, if you live in areas like Mora, by 20 after 5, it'll be in your area. Royalton, Treasure City, yeah, 5:23, it will be passing over you, and it could intensify as it does. Let's take you farther south, down to the Montgomery area. St. Peter had quarter-size hail. I saw a photo of that, actually. That could do some damage. This all, too, pushing to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. The main concern here has been hail, although the estimates are rather weak. The strongest estimates we're seeing is where there was a tornado that was confirmed down to the south near Fairmont. You can see those estimates are up around Golf Ball. That will do some damage. So even if you're not in a tornado warning, you need to take these seriously, because they do contain hail, they do contain strong winds, and they are dropping and popping rather quickly as they move to the northeast. There's a closer look at those hail estimates near Rutland, heading toward Amboy eventually in the next 20 minutes or so. The rotation kind of breaking up. That's good news. We like to see that versus a defined rotation that we did see with that cell earlier. This particular cell, by the way, is moving to the northeast at a rapid clip too. You can see some of the towns where it will be in the next half hour to 45 minutes. Again, popping along the warm sector. The cold front will kind of be the all clear when that finally gets to the east later on tonight. The tornado potential is still there. We don't like to see these dark shades. They're present. They will hold over the next couple of hours. And here's your active tornado watch until 8 o'clock to the west, until 11 o'clock. That does include all of the Twin Cities and western Wisconsin. We're going to get another live update out there right now. Ahead of the storm system, we'll go to Jonah, who's in Hastings. Jonah?
Yeah, Chris, a lot of people ask us, how come you're going to be out there in the storm? Why do we need people out there? Well, we come out here so that you at home don't have to be. We communicate what's happening, the real-time updates, so that you can understand exactly what's happening and why it matters for your family. When we give you these warnings, they're not suggestions to go downstairs. We're telling you we want you to be safe, and we want your family to be safe. And I've lived in Tornado Alley. I've been in Texas, Missouri, Oklahoma. You kind of feel it when you know there's severe weather coming, and that's that warm, humid air, that's that strong winds. And we're here right now outside Hastings Hospital, because this is the kind of place that is going to hopefully not be needed, but on call. But because the storm isn't coming for quite some time, I want you to look over here, because I was just talking with this family. They see winds, they come and take advantage. Of course, we were speaking with a lot of families living in the area, and my kids included. All afternoon activities canceled today, postponed, as they should be, especially if you're going to be playing outdoors, whether it's soccer, baseball, t-ball. This family here told me, yeah, they had their activities canceled. They had some time to burn. We got some time before, we got to hunker down. We got some wind. Let's go fly this kite up to the highest height, if you will. So we're going to be staying out here. And, of course, we're also in touch with Emergency Operations Center in Dakota County. They are on standby as well. And Micah Gusnak tracking the radar for us. This thing may take time, but time is a blessing when you're talking about severe weather, so you can be prepared.
Yeah, now's the time to make that severe weather safety plan. You probably should have it already, but as Jonas said, use this time well, share it with your family, make sure everybody's on the same page so that if and when warnings are issued, we know what to do and we don't have to talk about it and think about it. And in fact, let me walk you through the forecast here as we go through about the next 12 hours so you can get a broad sense of how things are going to play out. And then we'll get back into some of these individual warnings here as we continue here live on CBS News Minnesota and WCCO. This is a forecast model we like to see when what we call the 0-hour forecast, or right now, is matching pretty closely what our radar is showing us, reality. And that is, in fact, the case. Some of these individual details are a little wrong, but this overall picture gives you a sense as to when the threat is headed to your community specifically. And I'll start by saying, while the threat for severe weather in northern Minnesota is not zero, it's the area that it's the lowest. We've had cooler air up here. We haven't had quite as much wind shear. That's the change in wind speed or direction with height, which fuels these spinning storms and eventually tornadoes. That's not to say this won't evolve a little bit in the next few hours. We are definitely watching for the potential for hail and maybe even some localized street flooding up north. But this area in general, the threat is lower than, say, from about I-94 on south. So the forecast goes like this. From now through the rest of the evening commute until about 6 o'clock or so, maybe 6:30, that's when the immediate metro core has its highest risk for these severe thunderstorms. It extends down toward Owatonna at that point, probably by 6 o'clock. I think certainly, in fact, by 6 o'clock. The threat for severe weather in the Mankato area is probably over. Marshall, Wilmer, similar story, and we will see if that is, in fact, how things play out. The tornado watch, which in this area is in effect until 8 o'clock, will start being canceled from west to east. I don't expect that to happen by the 6 o'clock hour in the Twin Cities, certainly not across Wisconsin or in southeastern or south central Minnesota, because you can see the threat still there at 7 o'clock. The threat still lower, but there coming up by 9 o'clock, including the Winona area, Rochester, and Albert Lee. And that rain still falling across northern Minnesota. But pretty quickly thereafter, I think that severe weather threat exits along with the moisture. These individual storms are moving 40 to 50 miles an hour, and the big parent storm system driving this all is moving about as fast. So by 2 in the morning, still likely some rain showers, possibly mixed with some sleet or wet snow up north. But at that point, things will be done. And frankly, we're headed over to what is a very quiet and very nice forecast for the rest of the week. Here's the only active tornado warning we have right now. This storm cell is looking a lot more ragged than it was, but there is still a tornado warning on it, which means a tornado could happen at any time. In fact, this storm is headed up in the general direction of Faribault, which is where we have our Kirsten Mitchell. She's out there to show us what she's seeing. Kirsten?
Yeah, Mike, nothing happening right now as far as precipitation, but it is so humid and sticky. You can just tell those conditions are really ripe for severe weather, as we've been talking about all afternoon. I do want to point out to my right, that is the east. There's actually some blue sky. It is starting to dwindle, though, because if we pan over to my left side, that's the west. That is that system starting to roll in. The clouds there are quite a bit darker, and that's what's been kind of moving in as we've been here for the last, 30 minutes or so. And that wind really is picking up as well. So watching that system, that clouds coming in this way. A lot of people out on the roads you may see behind me. I know people coming home from work. There's a grocery store right here. It looks like people may be running their last errands of the day before things start to get worse here, which is what we are hoping people do here as well. So we are talking to some folks. They're not even sure that there's a storm coming. So we're letting people know as we are here as well that they need to make preparations if they have not been doing that already. So right now, no rain yet, but we will be monitoring this over the next hour, as you all have been mentioning these past few hours. So, Chris, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, we've been talking about this storm system, Kirsten, for what seems like a week, and it's been impressive how consistent the data has been on where these storms would fire up. And that's exactly what's happening. You know, we're not trying to hype it. I know a lot of people have been chattering about it. I know a lot of people are nervous about it. It's okay to be nervous with severe weather. We just want you prepared for when it comes to your area. And you can see there's gaps in the line where it's just run-of-the-mill thunderstorms, nothing to worry about. But the potential is there that we could easily see a tornado drop in those areas as well. We do have 2 active tornado warnings. They are both at this point Doppler indicated. In other words, there's still rotation being picked up, but nothing confirmed on the ground. And there are many spotters out there, including some of our WCCO Next Weather Watchers, checking it out and sending photos. Here's a look at the damage we've had so far. No surprise, the majority has been hail. Frequent lightning strikes. I haven't seen any reports of any damage from lightning, but the tornadoes, oh, it looks like I just saw one fired up there. I was just going to show you this one north of Baldwin. Again, Doppler indicated, nothing confirmed on the ground. We're still getting hail estimates from that one as it pushes toward Mora. In fact, it's become more of a hail threat than it has a tornado threat at this time. Let's go farther south. When we see the purple, that means something has been reported to be on the ground from a trained spotter. I'm sure Mike Augustinak will have some more info in a second on that. But these are active severe thunderstorm warnings all around it. Producing hail, could be producing some wind damage as well. Something to take seriously. Get to a safe spot. And heads up if you live, you know, from Lakeville through Owatonna, Blooming Prairie. It's going to get to you eventually because they're moving to the east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Checking out some of the hail estimates, you see they're still coming in around golf ball size. That could definitely do some damage. And this particular cell, again, we had confirmation of one on the ground. It lifted again. Now it looks like there's an active tornado warning again in the Winnebago area pushing toward Mapleton. So get to your safe place. Better to be safe than sorry, and we'll keep you posted with the data on that. Taking it out, there's the line again. You can see it. We'll be in the threat for the next couple of hours until it clears to the east. But again, a heads up in the Twin Cities, western Wisconsin, southeastern Minnesota. This is all coming your way. The tornado potential is there. It will be there for the next couple of hours. And the National Weather Service smartly put out a very wide net of potential for tornado watch, likely expiring by 8 o'clock west of Mankato until 11 o'clock for the Twin Cities and into parts of western Wisconsin. Let's go to, I believe we're going to check in with Frank and Amelia at this point to give you some updates on what else is happening in the world here.
For sure, Chris, we appreciate your coverage. Folks, we're glad to have you with us this afternoon. We have our 3 afternoon meteorologists with us today, and we have reporters all around the area, and we'll just keep you posted and informed of what is going on. We want to show you a couple traffic cameras as well to give you a little feel for what it looks like out there, where there are places that are getting wet, like this area that we have right now near Mankato. And we've seen on and off rain, and at some other places we've just seen a lot of sunshine, but it is hot and it is humid for this time in April, and our crews are standing by, and we're going to keep you posted and ready.
Yeah, and as you've heard Chris talk, and we've had a couple, Chris and Mike talk about some tornado warnings. Here are some important reminders of what to do if a tornado strikes. You at home, if you're at home, go to the basement or an interior room away from any windows. If you're outside, seek indoor shelter. Sheds and storage facilities are unsafe, so don't go there. And if you're driving, seek indoor shelter if it's possible. Go to a low-lying ditch, or you get down and you cover your head in a car. So those are just some reminders if you are out there and if a tornado does come your way. We're going to go to Mike Augustinak now, who's been keeping an eye on things, and a lot of movement today, Gusty.
Yeah, we knew this would be a widespread event. We also knew that the potential there was for some high-end tornadoes, and there is still the potential over the next few hours here for up to EF3 strength tornadoes. That is a tornado that's about 135 miles an hour on the low end, potentially up to 170 miles an hour. And we have now another confirmation, at least a spotter report, that a tornado was or is on the ground with this storm here south of Mankato. It is definitely very noisy in Mankato, but the big concern with this storm is down here now just to the northeast of Winnebago, kind of in this area. Not to say that the large hail and damaging straight line winds on Highway 169 between Amboy and Winnebago aren't a concern. They are, but the tornado warning is really in effect for this little notch right here, where we are seeing, I'm actually looking at a picture there's two storms that we're watching. There's another funnel cloud being reported up near Princeton, and we're going to get to that in a second. But this storm system, I want to put a storm track on it for you because it's moving off to the northeast pretty quickly. And what I'm going to do is just bring our little card in here so that I can do this and stay on camera. But this part of the storm is probably the most dangerous based on the radar signature, and it is headed toward Danville at about 5:15, toward Pemberton at 5:23, toward Freedom at 5:26, and again, if it holds together, Waseca at 5:40. And these storms have sort of been pulsing up in intensity and then down in intensity, not necessarily maintaining their strength the entire time, but always maintaining that threat that a tornado could be forming. We actually have now video that I'm seeing of a tornado in a field just to the southwest of Winnebago. So that was the area that I was near the area I was talking about. What I actually want to do is put a different storm track on that so that we can capture that part of the storm. I'm thinking now maybe it's a little more like that. And so let me update some of these times of arrival for you. All right, Delavan, I know we have a weather watcher in Delavan. I hope you're in your basement, lowest level of your home, away from windows, interior. That's the safest spot to be. But Delavan, really in the next 5 minutes, a potential tornado headed your way. Lura at 5:15. That's a community that I'm not personally familiar with. I apologize if I mispronounce that town. Minnesota Lake, we have a weather watcher. Again, please be safe. No report is worth you risking your safety. 5:22 p.m. arrival time for the strongest part of the storm in Minnesota Lake. New Richland at 5:41. Again, this is all moving off to the northeast. And again, we have that video, which we will try to get for you, of a tornado in a farm field just to the southwest of Winnebago. Let me talk about that other storm that has shown signs at times of having a funnel cloud with it. It's this one here that's just to the west of Baldwin. And perhaps I can put a storm track on this one for you as well. It is looking a little more ragged at this point, but nevertheless, it has the potential as it crosses Highway 169 to create a brief tornado spin-up, if not a wall cloud. And it is moving also off to the northeast at about 50 or so miles an hour. As promised, that storm track coming your way right now. This is the general area where that funnel cloud and wall cloud were being reported. And so the strongest part of the storm headed right into Princeton just in the next few minutes, towards Springvale coming up at 5:23, and toward Comfort again if it holds together at 5:39. This is not the only storm that we're watching. There are a few just to the west of the immediate Twin Cities metro area. You can see right now all the active thunderstorm activity, or I should say all the active warning activity, is just south of the Twin Cities, and it's all headed toward this point on the map. That's Albert Lee, and that's where meteorologist Lisa Meadows has been with the next weather tracker for the entire afternoon, keeping an eye on conditions in our south part of the state. Lisa?
Hi, Mike. Yep, we got back into the next weather tracker. We are in Albert Lee, like I said. So we are to the south of where that tornado warning and the reports that actually you were just talking about. I'll go ahead and switch it to where you can see out the front of the next weather tracker here. Again, we're along I-35. We are approaching Clarks Grove right now. Now, to our west is where that line of thunderstorms is in place, and that severe line of thunderstorms, including that tornado warning that you guys were just talking about near the Winnebago area. And there are some spotters that have confirmed that tornado as well. It's making its way toward Mapleton, and we've even seen some video of that. So we are to the south of that tornado warned storm as well. Again, we're along I-35, and we're just off to the east of where that whole line is either severe thunderstorm warned or tornado warned as well. So within that line of severe storms where you're looking at hail or also the damaging winds, we're getting some spin-ups of some tornadoes that are popping up. And that's why the National Weather Service is popping up those tornado warnings. So we're going to go ahead and continue north on I-35, but we're going to hang south just enough to where we're in a safe position with that storm. So we'll let you know when we get a little bit closer to the activity. Right now, let's get back to Chief Meteorologist Chris Schaefer.
Right in rush hour right now around the Twin Cities. Very critical time. I'm happy to report there's a bit of a gap right now between the thunderstorm cells. The gap is good because that's going to give us a little break. It could fill in. I have not seen any hint of it doing so. But you see the strong thunderstorm non-severe up in the Buffalo area, also the severe thunderstorms to the south. I'll take it out wider to show you what we're dealing with. The line of storms, you can kind of see it snaking just west of the Twin Cities down through the Fairmont area. And this particular tornado warning to the south, I thought there was something on the ground. There's not. They're still just picking up rotation. They being the National Weather Service and us here in our WCCO studios. But look at the wall of light. You can barely see the rain underneath all the lightning. These are intense thunderstorms. We knew they would be, and you can see the line. We've been tracking it since it was down in Laverne, the first severe thunderstorm warning we had. It's now working its way right to the Twin Cities, and some of those thunderstorms are getting close to the metro area. I don't have a lot of good news, but this is good news. The one tornado warning that never was confirmed touching down, it was always Doppler indicated with funnel clouds being spotted. They canceled the tornado warning for parts of Isanti and also south central Mille Lacs counties. It's weakened below the thresholds. That's great news. But still, strong thunderstorms, nothing severe up in that area. Here's the one in Buffalo that's more of a hail threat at this point. We're picking up some small rotation as well. Strong thunderstorm, not yet severe. That's going to be heading toward Elk River and pushing toward the northern suburbs. East Bethel eventually making its way up toward North Branch as well. Then down to the south, this is just a madhouse of thunderstorms right now with multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, and this one still Doppler indicated tornado warning where the rotation is being picked up. As far as the hail, we see it pulse. It strengthens. That's when these supercell thunderstorms are being born and hatched, and we get these intense updrafts. And then we start to see it starting to phase out like it is now, where it's more pea-size to quarter size. That's a good sign. Doesn't mean it couldn't flare up again. We'll be watching that as we head through the next couple of hours. But right now you can see the Twin Cities for the next hour or two will be in the threat, just like our friends to the north and the south. All of our reporters have been talking about how warm it feels, like it's summertime. Well, it's 71 right now in the Twin Cities. It's also humid. When you get to 60 or higher with the dew point, you can feel the humidity, and you can see we're in it. This is our first dance with the soupy weather, and of course we have the severe ingredients with it. We've got reporters all over out in the field right now. We're going to head back to Waconia. David Schumann is standing by with an update. David?
Hi, Chris. Yeah, we are still in Waconia on the shore of Lake Waconia, west of the Twin Cities. And we checked in with you during the 4 o'clock hour, and you might have noticed that it was a little darker than it is now. It appears that the large clouds behind us, there is this one large cloud here that looks to be passing over, but we never even really got any precipitation here. Even the winds have sort of died down in Waconia because it looks like the major storms have passed through this part of the state. But we are still out here kind of watching this cloud above us just to see what might come. But you're totally right when you say that it feels pretty warm out here. There's like, it's windy, but some of these gusts of wind are like, you know, warm gusts of wind that really hit you. And we were talking to some people windsurfing out on the lake earlier, and they said that was kind of nice. Obviously, the winds are great for what they're trying to do, and it's not chilly or anything like that, but the winds are still steady, but not as violent as they were when we talked to you in the 4 o'clock hour. So it looks like the worst might have passed, and like I said, in Waconia, where we are, we never really got much precipitation. It looks that it might have passed us just to the north and the south, but we will continue to see what happens out here and move around if we have to find where the weather is hitting. So, Frank and Amelia, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, David.
Thanks, David. We want to show you some damage that we found here, actually, in the Twin Cities. This is around Lake Harriet. Now, we haven't seen a lot of moisture there since this morning, but this is a tree down along Lake Harriet Parkway in southwest Minneapolis. We can tell you that today the state's largest fire department is really on high alert right now.
Yeah, because of the risk of tornadoes, they have a team trained on collapsed structures on standby.
If we needed to get in those structures to access potential victims and rescue potential victims from those structures, those teams are trained in ways to gain access to structures that are not stably strong. Those teams are on alert, they're monitoring the weather, and they are ready to be deployed.
Even with the rain, high winds also have firefighters on high alert for fires. They say that winds like today can make even small fires really difficult to contain.
And here are some of those important reminders, what to do if a tornado is approaching you. If you're at home, go to the basement or an interior room. And of course, stay away from windows. If you are caught outdoors, get indoors immediately as quickly as you can. Keep in mind that sheds and storage facilities are not safe. If you're driving, you should find shelter if you can. If not, get in a low-lying ditch, or if you have to, get down down and cover yourself while you're in your automobile.
Now, because he is keeping an eye on things, as Chris is. Any changes here, Mike?
No real big changes to talk about. Sort of want to reset and make sure that we've got our attention in the right places and your attention in the right places. As Chris mentioned, and actually as David mentioned, in Waconia, there's a little bit of a hole here in the radar signatures. There's been a little bit of light rain that's falling now across St. Paul. We have gotten little to nothing here in the Twin Cities. There are reports here across areas just north of the Twin Cities, including in and around Cambridge, which is not experiencing any precipitation, but has some clouds, that there is some sign of rotations, definitely sign of turbulence in the clouds. This part of the storm here that is far more ragged than it was just 20 minutes ago, north of Princeton, has had a history of producing funnel clouds and rotating wall clouds, sort of the predecessor or precursor to a tornado potentially dropping from a storm. There have not been any reports of anything touching down at this point, but this is still clearly an area where there's enough instability and wind shear that we need to be very watching this very carefully and very closely. A little farther south, this purple box and outline here is an area that has seen, and I have seen now via video with my own eyes, we're working on getting that for you, a tornado touching down in a farm field. It seemed to be pretty short-lived, but even so, that confirmation that this cell has produced and can still produce at any moment a tornado has this tornado warning, the purple box indicating it's a confirmed tornado warning that goes for the next short while here. In fact, we'll tell you that it goes until 5:45 p.m. for that observed tornado. It's for parts of Blue Earth, Faribault, and Waseca counties, and also hail is possible with this storm. I'll switch modes here so that we can get a sense of what's going on inside the storm, and what we're looking for are red pixels next to green pixels, because that indicates that there's some rotation. And honestly, at this point, this is part of a trend that I've been noticing with this cell over the past 5 to 10 minutes. There is not a lot of that. So it's possible that this storm is going either through a rebuilding phase and is not producing a tornado at this point, but could again, or it's just very well hidden in here. Little indication that there could be some rotation south of Winnebago, but that is not a dead ringer. So we're going to keep a close eye on that for you. If you are under that warning, you need to treat that storm as though it could produce a tornado at any time. And as Amelia said, get into your basement or lowest level room on the lowest level of your home away from windows. To the north, we've got rain. We've got snow in parts of North Dakota. It's possible as we go through the night tonight that some of that will track over the northern part of Minnesota, the Arrowhead and the Boundary Waters. But here's a look at where we're seeing that fuel for thunderstorms. You can see the northern part of the state is pretty much out of it at this point. And if I run this forecast through the next 12 hours, you can see as those big storms go up, they sort of erase that thunderstorm fuel. They kind of consume it. It's like trying to drive on an empty tank of gas. There's nothing left. And while there is still fuel around here in the Twin Cities, the later into the evening we get in the next 1 to 2 hours, I think any potential for that to be tapped and to turn into localized severe weather will be done. So we really only have about 60 to 90 minutes left where we need to be concerned here about the Twin Cities before that thunderstorm threat moves to the east. Down toward the Hastings area still, though, by about 6 or 7 o'clock, we have the potential for severe weather. And down toward Red Wing and eventually Winona by 7, 8, 9 o'clock, that threat for severe weather moves in before things really quiet down toward 10 o'clock. And I mentioned specifically Hastings because that's where our Jonah Kaplan is. He's sort of out ahead of the storms as they move to the east. Jonah, what are you seeing?
You know, Mike, we're talking about, some of the feelings you feel in the atmosphere, right? You feel the humidity, you feel the warmth. Well, I got to tell you, right, we're halfway between spring equinox and summer solstice. It should not be this dark around 5:15, 5:30 in the evening, but you can see it is getting darker, and we're in front of the hospital here, and the reason that is because, of course, talk about preparations for the evening. This could be a triage. And there could be, issues related to power outages. They're going to have to stay open no matter what. What's interesting also, though, is we're out here. I want to turn the camera around. Ben Harper, photojournalist, doing such a great job. We've got the Dean families. We've got the Bauer families. Oh, you better go catch that. There goes our interview. But that just goes to show you, by the way, about how powerful the wind is. You got it, guys? Hey, Wally, come back here. Now you got to tell us about how strong that wind is. Let's go talk to Mom for a second over here. Here's Jackie Bow. Jackie, first of all, you came out here, you saw the wind. When do you know it's time to go inside?
I mean, probably when, the wind picks up a little bit more, where we, can't really stand up. Things start blowing everywhere. We, I don't know, lightning strikes.
Yeah. As a family, how do you prepare when you hear a severe, storm coming and we come into next weather mode?
Well, we started talking about it yesterday. Started talking about if something happened at school, listen to the teachers. We talked about a plan. We'd probably go down to my son's room, which is in the basement, and hang out down there in the closet. We've got a game room down there too, so just hunker down and have a little fun while we're waiting out the storm.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure, look, you might want to watch the storm. You might want to see the lightning. What do you tell the kids to make sure they stay calm and don't get too scared?
You want to get down. Okay. We just tell them, even though it may be fun to watch, it's something that we still need to go downstairs and, prepare for and be safe, and then we can watch it back later if we really want to see what's going on.
Right. All right, the speedsters came back. Wally, just real quick, let's fill in for you as a meteorologist. Tell me about the wind. What does it feel like? Where's it coming from?
Heading that way. I don't know what direction it is. I could check compass, but...
What's it feel like, though? Gusts? Is it constant?
There can be really powerful gusts at sometimes and not really powerful gusts at sometimes. And then there's an in-between where it's just straight wind.
All right. Well, Chris Schaefer's on the other line. He's going to want to talk with you. Chris, this is a good time to be out. But, the reason why we're out here spread all over the state is because we are here so you don't have to be at home. We can tell people the elements and why when we tell you these warnings, they're not suggestions. We're telling you to get inside to stay safe.
Yeah, Jonah, said it best. Have a plan. We've been talking about this storm system for days. You pay attention to our next weather alerts. We talked about a possible next weather alert, went full alert, and now it's happening. And remember, there are several ways for you to get information from your cell phone, which has really become paramount. Always listen for those outdoor sirens, but don't rely on them. But you also have weather radios, television, radio, you name it, and that's what we're doing right now, showing you where the rough stuff is happening. We still have an active tornado warning. In fact, there's one out in front of it. I'll show you why that was issued in a second. But this purple shaded polygon, reports of a tornado near Winnebago, pushing toward the northeast. These are moving at about 50 miles per hour, and the one out ahead of it, I saw some rotation as well in that area. You can see it right now in these little yellow areas. I tried to pull up the actual storm radar, but it was kind of washed out. Mike Augustinak and I have been talking about these tornadoes are probably struggling because the wind at the surface is very strong. They're flying kites. You've seen Lisa Meadows' hair blowing all over the place down in Albert Lee. And that is kind of shearing these out. It's cutting into them, which is a good thing, actually. But we are picking up on rotation still. Nothing confirmed on the ground out ahead of it. But that's your heads up from Janesville pushing through Waseca, heading toward Faribault, that all this energy is coming your way. And have the plan, like the family we just showed you. Get down to the basement. I don't care if it's the son's room, the game room, whatever you have down there. Get away from windows. Do not go out and try to videotape these things. Be safe and have the plan. So a little rotation where I showed you now just west of Owatonna. More of a hail threat the farther south you get down into Iowa. But remember, that energy is coming our way towards southern Minnesota, so we're certainly keeping an eye on it. And we still have some strong, non-severe thunderstorms to the north. This is clearly the area of concern now. I don't want to call the all clear in the Twin Cities, even though it's kind of spreading to the north and south of us. Things could definitely merge, and we saw that near the Buffalo area as well with the thunderstorms that popped up there, non-severe. But if you're living down south of Lakeville, Owatonna, this is going to continue toward Hastings, jump into western Wisconsin, and it really hasn't showed any signs of weakening as well. Again, some rotation up near the Mora area. These are cells we've been watching for quite some time. They've been holding their strength. At times they're severe, at times they're not. And the hail, I had so many people asking me, do I need to park my car inside? Good idea, but fortunately the hail hasn't been too aggressive, mainly to the south right now, but even there it seems to be washing out a bit. There's the big picture, things popping by the warm front. When the cold front comes through, the air is going to feel so much different by tomorrow. It has gotten quite hot, and it's humid out there right now. Dew points in the 60s. This is all fuel for those thunderstorms. And you can see, as we figured, the tornado watch has just been dropped by the National Weather Service. Originally, it was going to hold until 8 o'clock. We had a hunch it would once the line pushed to the east. We're still in it in the Twin Cities, and you can see, nice job, National Weather Service. Perfect. They're popping right where we expected them. Ours should hold till 11. However, I suspect that too will expire early. I want to give you a look at what's next, since that's what we talk about all the time. This is future radar. Watch the line. It pushes to the east in the next couple of hours. We'll still see some scattered showers coming through later on tonight, but the severe threat now in southeastern Minnesota and into Wisconsin, and by the time you go to bed tonight, it'll be all clear. We'll just have some scattered showers with much drier, more comfortable air coming in. So the rest of the week looks great. Now, not so much. Let's talk more about that with meteorologist Mike Augustinak.
It's just south of us, that new tornado warning that popped up right here. It includes where our Kirsten Mitchell is in Faribault. So I know they're paying attention. They have their 2 ways to get warnings. They need to be headed out of here to get to a safe place, and I know that they set up in an area where that was close by and easy to do. But this warning includes Faribault, Medford, Waterville. I want to change radar modes here, and again, we'll take a look at the way things are moving within the storm itself. And here's why that tornado warning was issued. Red pixels indicating the radar site up here in the Twin Cities that all of these raindrops are moving that direction to the south, while all of these greens indicating raindrops moving up toward the radar. And that twist is supercell thunderstorm, and it could produce a tornado, drop a tornado at any time, or potentially could be doing so right now. So this storm, there's a lot of rain with it. There's a lot of straight line wind with it. There's also some hail with it, but this is the most dangerous part of the storm, moving now to the south of Waterville. But what I'll do is put a storm track on it for you so that you can see where that storm, or the most dangerous part of the storm, is going and at what time it will arrive. So again, these have all been moving at about 40 to 50 miles an hour to the northeast. That includes these towns: Blooming Grove coming up in about 6 minutes or so, Morristown 5:37, Warsaw at 5:41. Faribault at 5:51. So Kirsten Mitchell, you've got about 25 minutes or so to make sure that you're safe, and we want you to be aware of that. We want everybody to be aware of what to do when this severe weather threatens, and that is essentially to get underground. So Kirsten, please do that. We know that you've got one last report for us before you take shelter, though.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. We're just making a plan to go inside right after this, but we did just hear those sirens go off here in Faribault. Behind me is a very dark cloud. We've been seeing some lightning happening in that system right there too, and that's what's coming our way. We did see some blue sky earlier. That is now faded, and the street lights have actually gone on. Mind you, sunsets in 3 hours still, so things are definitely getting darker. The wind was picking up. Right now it's kind of stagnant right now, but very humid, so you can definitely feel that these storms are approaching us very quickly. So it looks like a lot of people still out on the road. Hopefully they're making a plan to head home at this time. The grocery store has also kind of cleared out too. I think people grabbed those errands, grabbed those groceries, and are now hopefully heading home after the workday as well. So that's the latest here. We are going to go and find some shelter ourselves, and I'll send it back to you, Gusty.
All right, good call, Kirsten. Thank you very much for that report, and I'm glad that you're getting out. That's exactly what we want you to do. Same for you. We love when you can share photos and videos to WCCO.com/photos, but there is no photo or video that we want that is worth your safety or you getting hurt. So that should really only be done if you can do it safely and perhaps after the fact. There is the storm system that has been sort of up and down in intensity south of the Twin Cities, really going back to about 3 o'clock or so this afternoon. That red box, that's where Kirsten is. That's the tornado warning with the potential that a tornado could be produced at any time. This purple box here, which goes for another 15 minutes officially, but maybe canceled before that, is an area that did have some videos, some confirmed tornadoes. And then sort of around that area, that gold box, that's the overall severe thunderstorm warning, which is indicating the potential for up to 60-mile-an-hour damaging winds and hail. All this is moving generally to the east or a little north of due east, just clipping Lakeville right now. Some strong storms will clip parts of Dakota County, but so far we have been pretty quiet around the immediate metro core while everything has been going on around us, including this, a much more ragged thunderstorm moving through Mora and about to move across I-35 north of Pine City. This has at times produced funnel clouds and wall clouds, and so it has been a dangerous storm, but it is definitely moving into much more stable, much less favorable conditions to the north. There has been a lot of rain up here. The warm front has not gotten here, and that's why this air is a little more stable, and the potential for severe weather is limited at this point. There is no watch-in effect up here, but all these darker blues indicating at least an inch of rain in the past 24 hours, and this baby blue indicating 2 inches or more of rain. This is the area where we absolutely need it the most. Some of this rain here to the west and southwest of the immediate Twin Cities metro in that 1 to 2 inch range. We'll take it, but the drought conditions are much worse off to the north. Some of our next weather watchers all reporting in. Margaret, Wadena, this is the highest rainfall report we have, just shy of 3 inches of rain. Wadena, obviously northwest of the Twin Cities. In Akeley, John says 1.81 inches of rain. Glenwood, 1.5 at Paul's Place. Karen and Zimmerman, 1.3. And in Alexandria, 1.25. It looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, so we're going to get to that. And then what I want to do is talk to Lisa Meadows. She is in the area that is still yet to get hit with these thunderstorms. And she's actually in Albert Lee. So we have this line of severe thunderstorms that's in effect. Severe thunderstorm warning now just extended for New Richland, Blooming Prairie, Owatonna, and Albert Lee. This is that overall threat that I was talking about. And so let's get to Lisa and see what she's seeing before she takes shelter. What's up, Lisa?
Hey, Mike. Well, we left Albert Lee. We decided we're north along I-35. Here's a look. Our current location is just to the north of Owatonna, and we're just to the south of Clinton Falls. Clinton Falls is where that tornado warning is in place. So what you're seeing here is along I-35 north headed toward Clinton Falls, and off to our west, which would be the left side of your screen, is where that line of storms is starting to push in. So we just now got the severe thunderstorm warning issued for this line just over us right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for 1 1/4 inch hail and also 60-mile-per-hour wind. The National Weather Service went to go ahead and warn on that. And then just to the north of Clinton Falls is where we do have this tornado warning that is in place. You were just talking about that, the one that I know Kirsten's up in Faribault. So we're starting to see that just off to our left, or on the left side of your screen, or to the west, and it will be crossing across I-35 here shortly, just to the north of us. So our plan is to go ahead and hold back, and we'll be exiting here shortly so that that storm cell, the tornado warned storm, can go ahead and push through to the north of us. We are noticing, obviously, it's getting very dark, a lot of lightning off to our west. There is a lot of lightning with this, and then we'll see with this specific storm cell if anything pops up to our north as well, and we'll go ahead and check back in with you then.
Yeah, Lisa in the next weather tracker essentially is going to intercept that cell that's bringing the rough stuff. We'll give you a shot of 35 here. You can see how dark it is on the upper right-hand corner of the screen there. Traffic moving along. Not a lot of cars out there, which really warms my heart. That means people are taking it seriously and hopefully left early. They're staying out of harm's way. This is our biggest severe weather outbreak so far this spring. And it's nice to see that a lot of people canceled activities after school, practices, all sorts of stuff. Better to be safe than sorry. I'm so happy to hear that kind of news. You got to take this stuff seriously. I want to show you the active tornado watch that's in the light yellow. It does include all the Twin Cities metro into western Wisconsin. You see this black line. Meteorologist Mike Augustinak drew that in there because earlier we had a tornado watch to the west that extended all the way to South Dakota. That one was in effect until 8 o'clock. It's expired because the line has now pushed to the east. Ours holds until 11. That will likely expire as well because these storms are moving at about 50 miles per hour. But you see embedded in the watch is where we see the tornado warnings, also where we see several severe thunderstorm warnings, and this is the area that's been favorable all day for such activity. Let's get a little closer to show you just this wall of lightning. Essentially, you can see the tornado warning areas in the red that are now Doppler indicated. We're still getting rotation, but nothing confirmed on the ground at this moment. Let me strip away the lightning. It's even hard to see the rainfall on there, but you can see Faribault, it is happening now for you. Waseca, it is pouring right now for you. Owatonna, you're next. New Richland, you're about to get some heavy rain as well. And the hail, fortunately, has been shrinking in its potential size down to pea size, so it will still hail likely, but nothing that would do any damage. Let's zoom in a little closer. This is one of the areas of rotation we're still keeping an eye on, just north of Waseca. That particular cell is heading toward the Faribault area, where I know many of our viewers live. So get down to a safe spot. We're still picking up rotation on that west of Owatonna, heading toward Faribault. Better to be safe than sorry. Head down to the safe place in your basement. Let's show you a traffic camera here right now, just to show you where it's pouring rain on 35 here. You see the flashes of lightning as well. Strong storms here in the metro, just some scattered showers as it's passing through, which is wonderful news. We'll keep tracking this into the night as long as we have to. We'll take you back to Frank and Amelia now.
All right. Thank you, Chris. And we want to go over again some important reminders of what to do during a tornado. If you are at home, go to a basement or an interior room. Stay away from the windows. You've heard us talking about that all evening. If you're outside, seek some indoor shelter. Sheds and storage facilities are not safe, so don't go there. If you happen to be driving, seek indoor shelter if you can. Low-lying ditch or get down and cover your head in the car.
There's some thunderstorm warnings as well. Keep in mind that straight-line winds can be as destructive as a tornado. You want to move inside. Again, stay away from windows. Keep in mind that sheds and storage facilities, they're not sturdy enough. They're not safe. If you're in a large open room like a cafeteria, gym, or an auditorium, be careful of that. And then being in a vehicle is better than being outside. But if you are on the road, you want to get to the closest sturdy shelter as conditions allow and as rapidly as possible. Speaking of rapid, boy, this storm is really moving, Mike. I know you guys you're keeping a close eye on it. It's moving quickly.
Yeah, they're moving at about 40 to 50 miles an hour, which puts kind of the tail end of this severe weather threat through most of the state of Minnesota by about 9 or 9:30 and through the Twin Cities metro in the next 60 to 90 minutes. There has been very little to talk about in the immediate metro core, and we will take that 10 times out of 10, but there are still some showers that have popped up. It's thundering a little bit in the Farmington area. Let me talk a little bit about what may be happening. There are two things at play here. First of all, some of these thunderstorms have been ripped apart by just the amount of wind shear. That's a change in wind direction and speed with height. And the other thing that's happened is two areas of storms sort of popped around the Twin Cities, one to the north and west and one to the south and west. And some of that air that's blowing up on those strong southerly winds has been worked over. Essentially, all of the fuel has been sapped from that air as it makes it up toward the Twin Cities. And so as I run this forecast here, you can sort of see the reflection of that, right? That's that rain-cooled air as we go hour by hour through this thunderstorm fuel forecast that is keeping the big storms from forming here in the Twin Cities metro. And yet still, we have our eyes on southern Minnesota just to our south, a county to the south, where we have still plenty of fuel and plenty of wind shear. In fact, this severe thunderstorm has had a tornado warning on it off and on for the past hour and a half or so. And this little notch right here, just to the south of Faribault and likely to move between Faribault and Owatonna, crossing I-35 in the next 10 minutes, that's a strong indication that we could have a tornado coming down from this storm really at any time. Meteorologist Lisa Meadows is safely in this general area, and she has a report live for us from the Next Weather Tracker. Lisa?
Hi, Mike. Yep, so we are south of that tornado warning that you see. We did get off of I-35 so that we were not going directly north into it, but we did end up going west. That's where we are. So we are by Medford, just south of kind of the leading edge of these the strong thunderstorm there, and then the cell that they're watching for the tornado warning is closer to the Waterville area. But what you're seeing on our screen directly in front of us is basically just to the west of Medford. So within that tornado warned area, This is part of that storm that's starting to make its way toward us, toward that I-35 corridor basically there. So we decided to hold back further off to the south, but this is the leading edge of that tornado warning storm. A lot of people, oh man, there's a lot of people outside of their houses looking as the storm is on the approach. Not a good idea. They're watching this storm on the approach. Hopefully everyone does know to get inside and seek shelter, but what you're seeing here is the edge of that tornado warned storm just to the west of Medford, starting to make its way toward I-35. Obviously it's getting very dark, and then that tornado warned cell is just off to the north. So we're going to go ahead and pull over here shortly when we find a safe spot to do so, so that we can watch this cell pass by. It looks by to our north, but yeah, definitely seeing the dark skies starting to push in.
It is absolutely black there, Lisa. It's hard to tell if that's the camera lens doing that or if that's what it actually looks like. Ton of lightning too, huh?
No, it is. Yep. No, it just went tonight, basically. It just went completely dark. So we're going to go ahead and pull over here. So again, we're at Medford, and just to the west of Medford, and we are facing to the west. So this is that tornado warned storm, that tornado warning box that you were just talking about there. Looks like the specific cell might be a little bit further to the north of us, making its way toward Faribault, but we see a lot of strong reflectivity here with this headed our way. So a lot of lightning, I'm sure also heavy rain associated with this as well.
All right, we are at Lake Harriet right now in Minneapolis, and I can tell you that right now, no rain, a little bit of lightning here in the distance. Bread and Pickle is back there if you're looking for a reference point here at Lake Harriet. But this vehicle behind me, well, it had a tree fall on it, this Infiniti, earlier today, most likely due to some gusty winds. You can see the damage to the hood there, as well as the windshield. It looks like they got it cleaned up before the heavier weather starts to move in. We're obviously watching the radar closely, and we've been listening as Chris and Mike have told us that this big line that's coming through is sort of split right now over the Twin Cities, and we're hoping it doesn't fill in, but we'll continue to watch and wait here right now at Lake Harriet.
We've got some hail video from earlier to show you, too. That was at a porch in Mankato about 4:30, so earlier today. We've had several reports of hail. Fortunately, that has been weakening. Unfortunately, we're still under the gun with the potential for tornadoes. Good news, everything off to the west. The tornado watch has been canceled, and you see we're still in it until 11 o'clock with these embedded tornado warnings down to the south. Let's take a closer look at the action down there to show you we've had numerous thunderstorms, severe thunderstorm warnings in the gold boxes. Obviously, the eye candy is the red shaded polygons. That's where we have active tornado warnings. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but you saw how dark the sky was getting out ahead of it with Lisa Meadows in the next weather tracker. Look at all the lightning. These are strong thunderstorms, not really producing hail at this point, but very gusty winds, especially at the leading edge of all of this. And then, of course, the sound and light show with the thunderstorms as well. You can see stripping away the lightning to give you a better look at the rain. Faribault, it's pouring now there. Owatonna knocking on your door. And right here in this area is where Lisa Meadow is. In fact, let's check back in with her right now in the next weather tracker with the latest along I-35. Lisa?
Yep, so we are just south of this here, but you saw the dark skies push in, and now we have pea-size hail that is moving through. We have the heavy wind that is coming down as well, and obviously the strong winds thrown in there, a lot of lightning as well. It just basically went from day to night. You could even see the heavy rain being pushed in toward us. We're also getting some stronger wind gusts with this as well. And then my photojournalist, Nick Lundman, is saying we're seeing some pea-size hail along with some of those stronger wind gusts as well.
Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, we appreciate the pictures. So Lisa, being a meteorologist, there are safer spots to be, and she's in one of them. This is live weather data from the next weather tracker, provided cell service is still working, and you can see that temperatures just before the rain started were in the upper 60s. Apparently it is working because we've dropped about 7 degrees just in the past 5 minutes, and those winds gusting at times 25 to 30 miles an hour. The storm on radar looks like this. So here is one tornado warning box. It includes Faribault and Medford. And then just in the past 3 minutes, we had this new tornado warning box, which includes Owatonna. And what we're looking at here is not the traditional radar view, but this is the storm winds. This gives us a view inside the storm to see how it's moving. And we definitely have a lot of strong winds being blown out of the storm. There's sort of this jagged appearance here where red meets green, and that's sort of showing a wind shear area. Anywhere along this, we could potentially see a tornado briefly spin up. But for the most part, at this point, there's not anything that's looking like a smoking gun, suspicious here. It's just the potential for that. A tornado is possible imminently, which is why that tornado warning, those 2 tornado warnings have been issued, and this one here. We're in a scenario now where the tornadoes that do happen will happen quickly, they'll drop quickly, and they'll likely go back up into the cloud quickly. So in this scenario, the National Weather Service's strategy, our partners, is to warn a larger area to let people know that it's possible, and that getting a warning out fast enough to be useful in this scenario is almost not possible. So these bigger areas, I know it's a large area, Owatonna up toward Cannon City, even though there is just a chance for a tornado, it is still possible that one could hit quickly and imminently. And so you really do need to not be on your porch, not be looking out the windows. Certainly standing near a window is one of the worst places you could be, because even a straight line wind gust or a large hailstone could come through and cause that glass to turn into shrapnel. Of course, a new tornado warning now. What the National Weather Service has done is they have just sort of reconfigured this to better encompass the area where we have that threat. And again, this little notch here indicating that there's probably a little bit of rotation just to the south of Faribault, all moving off to the northeast pretty quickly. So, all right, Mike, what towns? Well, let's put a storm track on this area for you. And again, we'll look at that area as sort of the nexus of where some of the worst weather is. But really, this entire line is something that you need to take shelter for. So Faribault coming up in just the next 2 minutes. Right now, if you're hearing me and you're not in the basement, that is a mistake. Please go down into the basement or an interior room on the lowest level of your home, away from windows. So an interior closet or a bathroom are good choices. Cannon City, 551. Strongest part of the storm headed toward Wheeling at 557. Cannon Falls at 617. Provided it holds together, this whole storm has had a history of sort of pulsing up and down in intensity. And so that's why the warnings have been up and down. And actually, what I would really like to do, since this entire thing has a warning on it, is just put a storm track on the entire thing. And this is going to bring us a lot of towns here, but this is sort of the way things are playing out today. So the wider view, not necessarily a tornado threat imminently, but a damaging thunderstorm threat, includes Stanton at 549. I mentioned Cannon Falls, Kenyon at 557, Leon at 603, Wanamingo at 607. If it holds together, Dodge Center and Red Wing between 612 and 615. And Casson at 621. The storm, again, at this point has both a tornado threat and a damaging straight-line wind and large hail threat. As we move a little farther north, we'll check in again on the Twin Cities, and things have just really struggled. I think we're getting definitely some interference here with some of the storms going up around us, even though it is still pretty warm at 71 in downtown Minneapolis with a dew point of 64. And this storm that had a tornado warning on it earlier has moved into much more stable air. And so it really is areas south of the Twin Cities, like where our meteorologist Lisa Meadows is, that we are watching those storms go up and maintain their strength. Lisa.
Hi, Mike. Yep. So we decided to hold here just to the west of Medford. So what we've noticed, you saw those skies get really dark, obviously, and the storms continue to press through. Not seeing any rotation necessarily with this, but obviously seeing heavy rain. We have at least, I would say we have pea-sized hail out here, along with some of those stronger wind gusts thrown in there also.
And that's mainly what we're seeing with this. It's still tornado warned, but the strongest reflectivity has already passed by us. But we're noticing the heavy rain, obviously, a lot of frequent lightning, and then we just have pea-sized hail associated with this storm as well. Again, we are located near Medford, and we are facing to the west. So the strongest reflectivity from this tornado warned storm has already pushed further off to our east.
Okay, and you can see the heavy rain that is associated with this line of storms as well. Not to be overlooked, your car could easily hydroplane. It is coming down at a rapid clip. It's not going to last long as far as storm activity is concerned, but it's present, and really all severe factors are in play still, and that will be the case until it finally clears. Lisa, right in the heart of it, of course, near Faribault in the next weather tracker, where the tornado warning has been, I'll say, stretched essentially because we've had reports of funnel clouds activity. So I just heard another siren go, okay, that's the severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of it as well. But parts of Rice and Goodhue counties, if you haven't been outside lately, I just got our almanac report. We did get up to 72 degrees. In fact, it was in the upper 60s near Faribault, and Mike Augustinak just told me the temperature dropped down to 52. That's almost a 20-degree drop once that line has arrived. And you can see right now the lightning, strong, in fact, severe thunderstorms. Nothing confirmed on the ground. And yes, Lisa Meadows is a trained meteorologist. She is in a safe place monitoring the situation down there. But we've been talking about all this energy pushing toward the east, northeast at about 50 miles per hour. This is why when we tell you to get in the basement, it's better to be safe than sorry. Things are developing so quickly, there isn't much lead time if a tornado does indeed drop and is on the ground. But you see the active severe thunderstorm warnings. These are the tornado warnings out ahead of it. Rotation, it's hit or miss. You can see we're getting some stronger rotation now east of Owatonna. That's how rapidly that system is moving. It's jumped across 35 already and will continue its trek toward the east. Things have quieted down considerably to the north. We dodged it here in the Twin Cities. We're kind of split with thunderstorms to the north and the strongest ones to the south. Not quite going to say we're in the all clear yet, but things are looking promising that it won't be. As far as people to the south, Owatonna, Faribault, eventually pushing toward Cannon Falls, Hastings, Red Wing, into Wisconsin. All the main factors are still in play. We could still see tornadoes fire up here, wind damage, especially at the leading edge, and of course some very heavy rain that will follow as well. In fact, I can show you with future radar what we're expecting over the next hour or so. It's clear. We could see a few isolated showers and maybe rogue thunderstorms pop up behind it, but by 8:45, that line is in southeastern Minnesota, pushing deeper into Wisconsin. And that's it. Things will clear out, and by tomorrow, look at this. We'll start with some clouds, and then we'll go to sunshine. Let's go to meteorologist Mike Augustinak with more.
All right, thanks, Chris. Yeah, there's that next weather tracker report where Lisa is down to 51, winds still gusting at a respectable 25 to 30 miles an hour. The storm that is moving through, it's now obviously dropped the cold air onto that area, and so some hail still possible, but the severe weather threat is going down by the minute. This area, though, of kind of bumpy reflectivity on the radar is the area that has the best chance to spin up one of those brief tornadoes that Chris has been talking about. And that's the deal with this National Weather Service warning strategy. You know, we actually just had an exercise with our partners at the National Weather Service about 2 weeks ago where they went over how their warning strategy would be deployed this season in order to give the biggest heads up for the biggest potential area. And each one of these little bright green pixels next to red pixels, especially this right here, that's about to move toward Kenyon in the next 10 minutes, that's where a tornado could spin up for literally 30 seconds and then pull back into the storm, not really making a point-specific warning realistic in that brief amount of time. So that's why we have this more widespread warning strategy. And so that's meaning that, yes, Kenyon, this storm could go by. It could just give you some strong straight line winds. It could potentially bring you some large hail, or it could produce a tornado. And that's why the tornado warning is in effect for you. So don't take your chances. Just be safe. This is 30 minutes of your life. That is really not a big deal to get into the basement or your safe spot. Let it pass by. And then with any luck, things will be okay. And you can can go on about your evening. But this is a very strong radar signature indicating either some rotation or some strong straight line winds, that rain-cooled air dropping out of the thunderstorm, hitting the ground, and then spreading out, sort of like when you turn on a faucet and it hits the bottom of the sink and it spreads out in a circle. That's what's going on here. West Concord, Claremont, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning for now, but that may change. That could be upgraded because just upstream, including areas now just to the east of Owatonna, is that tornado warning. This line of storms has grown a little bit and extended northward. We're not checking in with Jonah Kaplan at this moment because there's a thunderstorm now in Hastings and a heavy downpour. That is the storm sort of growing northward into what has been a little less favorable air mass here in the Twin Cities for severe thunderstorm development. But as Chris said, we're not quite ready to sound the all clear yet. The tornado watch that's in effect for the metro and points east until 11 o'clock almost certainly will start to be canceled from west to east as we go through the next few hours. But again, this is an hour or two out of your life. There is no harm in just respecting the watches and the warnings and giving yourself that time until you're absolutely sure that things have quieted down. Northern Minnesota, this is an area that did initially this morning when you were watching meteorologist Joseph Dames have a severe weather risk. But the way things have played out today, that has not materialized, and I feel comfortable saying it will not materialize. Temperatures up here are cooler in rain-cooled air and will be cooler tomorrow. But in general, once all of this mess goes by about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight, things start to dry out quickly, and we actually have a pretty nice Tuesday and rest of the week on the boards. And, of course, we'll bring you that 7-day forecast when some of the more immediate concerns are gone. And for a little more about that, we do want to talk with Frank and Amelia.
Yeah. All right, Mike, you were just showing us a map there of the severe weather that was moving in. Of course, this is Northfield, and that was on the map there. This is a live camera from St. Olaf. You can see it looks a little, I don't know if that's the camera that's foggy, but I did see flashes of lightning going on through there. Look, right there. We want to remind you again some important reminders of what to do, though. If a tornado, during a tornado, if it strikes, if you're at home, be sure to go to the basement or an interior room. You want to stay away from windows. If you're outside, seek some indoor shelter. But just remember that sheds and storage facilities are not safe, so don't go there. If you are driving, seek indoor shelter if it's at all possible. If there's a ditch, go to a low-lying ditch, or you get down and cover your head if you're in the car.
Let's get to Lisa Meadows. Are you still in that Medford area, Lisa, or have you gone ahead and moved a little bit?
So the main storm line has pressed off to our east. So here's a look. We're actually headed, we are in the Medford area. That's correct. We're actually just continuing to head north, and we're near so we're basically right along I-35, but we're headed north. We're trying to get back onto I-35. But the tornado warned storm has pushed off to our east, so we're back behind it. We have some of the heavy rain still in place. That tornado warned storm did move by our vicinity, and we did not see any rotation or anything. But to be honest, with this type of a setup, this was not that supercell type of situation out ahead of a squall line where you would have been able to see a tornado anyways. This is just a line of heavy rain, lots of thunder, some pea-sized hail that just kind of blows through. So right now you can see we're getting back on I-35, and we're about to head north toward the Faribault area. We are to the south of Faribault, which is to our east is where there's the one tornado warning we showed you earlier, where that heavy rain and also the pea-sized hail did move through. And then also just to the east of Faribault is where we have some of the stronger, that one tornado warning that is still in place. To the east of I-35 is now where it looks like the strongest reflectivity is, and it looks like the National Weather Service did just issue another tornado warning just to the east of Walcott there.
All right, Lisa, thank you. We're also getting reports of power outages that have now eclipsed the 6,500 mark. Homes without power. This is why it's important always to have a cell phone in your hands during severe weather so you can still get updates if you've lost power with your televisions or anything like that. Here's the wide look. Again, beneficial rain to the north. This is the area we've been focused on. Now we're starting to see some tornado, possible tornado action down south of the border in Iowa, where it's much warmer and much more humid. You can see this strong line, and out ahead of it is where we have the tornado warnings. This is a better safe than sorry scenario. We're still picking up rotation. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but certainly if you live heading toward Red Wing and areas like that, just take it downstairs. Be safe. Stay with us, of course. We'll keep you updated. We'll bring you in a little closer to the area from Owatonna. Now, Kenyon, Cannon Falls is starting to rain heavily in your area. Northfield, it's been raining heavily. And I want to focus on this area right here just to give you a 3D look. Airplanes travel at around 30,000 feet. These storm heights are eclipsing that. This is the kind of storm activity that airplanes go around because they're smart and know that there's some serious updrafts, and that's why we've had reports of the rotation and the hail and everything associated with it. Right now, strong winds obviously along the leading edge. It's very warm, 73. It's very humid. You know that if you've been outside. And we'll still have a rain threat into the night, but it's just that. Some scattered showers, not the severe stuff we've been covering for the past several hours now. Let's bring you closer to home. I know there was big concern in the Twin Cities metro area for hail right during the rush hour. We'll go to Derek James, who's out in the field near Lake Harriet. What's happening, Derek?
Well, right now, Chris, with all that energy from the storms to the north and south of us, it's very, very quiet here, very humid, but there isn't even a breeze right now. It's actually quite buggy because of that humidity in the air. Not seeing many runners or walkers. There's still a few out here. We're now starting to see to the west of us, seeing some flashes of lightning pretty far off in the distance. But earlier today, we must have had some gustier winds than we have right now, because you can see this tree that came down over the roadway here. It actually fell onto this Infinity SUV that you see, and there was damage to both the front end and back end of that vehicle. But crews were out here a few hours ago cleaning that up before that big line moves in. We'll continue to watch things here, but not a lot of changes, as it's just very humid, and we are starting to get a little more of a rumble of thunder from the west and seeing a few flashes of lightning in the distance. Mike?
All right, thanks, Derek. Yeah, we're going to actually take you to 35 northbound, just near Owatonna. These are people doing the exact wrong thing, crowding under an overpass, which can cause traffic accidents and be more harmful, obviously, than some hail. So we actually hate to see this, but that's what's happening right now on 35 northbound. The conditions on the roads are also slippery with all that heavy rain that fell. Obviously, slick pavement is harder to stop on than dry pavement. And when it's actively raining, that hydroplaning, we had a spokesperson from MnDOT earlier today say that hydroplaning and wet roads can actually be more slippery than snowy roads can be. We still have no drops of rain falling in downtown Minneapolis, although definitely some gathering storm clouds on the south horizon here. 71 on the rooftop, and this is what caught my eye, these two things combined. Whenever a cold front goes by, which is the driver or one of the drivers of severe weather, atmospheric pressure goes up. Also, winds shift around to the northwest. So we may be starting to see some cooler air move in, signaling the tail end of this severe weather threat in downtown Minneapolis, at least. Dew point, though, still at 64. The temperature has not fallen yet. So that's arguing that what we may actually be seeing is a weak front sort of out ahead of the main front. You can see winds across most of the metro are still coming in from the south and southeast. So we are still on the warm side of things and still have at least about an hour or so before we can sound the all clear, I think, here in the Twin Cities. The radar has been very, very quiet. Notice that storm that went up over northwestern Hennepin County. That one just fizzled. There has been some inhibiting mechanism that has been really kind of acting like a force field right over the metro core, while just to our south, we have a widespread area and a long-lived area of destructive thunderstorms. Severe thunderstorm warning extends kind of all the way from about just south of Cannon City, down 35 through Albert Lea to the border with Iowa. This is mostly a wind and hail threat here, but there are still two active tornado warnings right here for this storm that just has not shown any signs of giving up. This is a long-lived supercell, I believe, with quite a bit of spinning air motion. So that rotation is indicating that it's a very healthy storm. This green indicating air that's sort of curling around Kenyon and headed up toward the radar site, which is up here on the top of your screen. This red area here showing air that's kind of curling down toward West Concord, and that circulation is really sustaining the strength of this storm, and that's the area and the reason why we have the potential for a tornado and why those tornado warnings are in effect. So let me tell you, first of all, that this larger tornado warning area goes until 6:30 for parts of Goodhue and Rice counties, and then we have this smaller area sort of nested in between or in the middle that goes until 6:15. Let me put a storm track on this most dangerous area, this rotating area of the storm, and we'll track that for you, but also keep in mind that the tornado threat today isn't the only thing that we're concerned with. The hail has been large and persistent, and also we have seen some stronger wind gusts as well. So the times of arrival and communities include Kenyon at 6:04, so really now you should be moving to your shelter. Actually, you should be there already. Wanamingo at 6:16, Mineola at 6:19, and Goodhue at 6:28. Again, the storm moving off to the northeast, and it has maintained its strength for 2 hours. There's nothing about the area it's moving into right now that gives me any indication that it's going to be falling apart rapidly. So we need to really keep on top of that, which of course we will. But if you're anywhere in this Hastings, Red Wing, well, Hastings is probably a little too far north, but we'll say Red Wing to Winona area, you're not done yet, and you won't be for probably a couple more hours. We've cleared things out on the backside of this storm system, and we're starting to cool things down. Nice sunset right now, Marshall to Redwood Falls and Granite Falls to the north. We still have some locally heavy rain moving across the North Shore, and this area of more showery precipitation in and around Fargo. This is likely going to be mixing with some wet snow and sleet as it tracks across northern Minnesota as we go through the overnight tonight. And that means that it's going to be a little bit of a wintry end to this severe weather threat, at least up north. Again, our rainfall reports, Wadena, 2.9 inches from Margaret. Cohasset, this is a new report from Bob, 2 1/3 or 2 3/10 inches of rain. Akeley, this is another new report. Thanks, John, for that. 1.81 inches of rain. In Glenwood, 1.5 inches or a little more. And in Zimmerman, Karen reporting 1.3 inches of rain. Another area that's been getting a lot of heavy rain, not so much on this map because everybody is hopefully sheltering, is to our south, and that's where meteorologist Lisa Meadows has the next weather tracker. Lisa, where are you now? What are you seeing?
So we are just near the Faribault region right now. We're getting off I-35 and we're starting to head east here on Highway 60. So this is back behind the storm. So this is headed directly from behind the storm, headed toward it. So in Faribault, our current direction is headed east, and that is where that tornado warning is in place, the one you were just talking about out into Kenyon. So back behind the storm, we have those temperatures that have dropped down. We're down to the 60s. We have the rain in place, and also not noticing any hail necessarily anymore, but we've noticed a big air mass noticeable difference once those storms did come through. Now we are seeing a lot of lightning with this storm continue to push off, and again, this is the storm that he was just pointing out, tornado warned across the Kenyon region. We are behind that, but we are headed toward it because it is to our east off in Faribault, and a lot of lightning still associated with this as well. Kind of a big tornado warning for this storm that we did see push through, that brought brought pea-sized hail, of course, strong winds, and then also that heavy rain and a lot of lightning as well. So we're going to continue to head from behind the storm toward that Kenyon region to see just what this storm has continued to bring for us. Now we'll toss it back to Frank and Amelia.
All right, Lisa, thank you. We want to give you another shot near Faribault as well. We were all taken with just how dark it is between the shot of our weather tracker that Lisa and Nick are in, and then these cameras as well. And you might have also noticed right as we started speaking, big flashes of lightning there, which she keeps reporting as well.
And we're going to take this live shot from Hastings. We heard Mike talking about that. The storms are going to be moving in. He said it's going to be active there probably for a couple of hours, at least storms in that area. Of course, this is where Jonah Kaplan, our reporter, is. He was talking to the family. Jonah, and the wind was picking up. It was pretty heavy when we last went to him, and he's joining us now. Jonah, does it looks pretty calm right now?
Well, it's remarkable because I have to hand it to photojournalist Ben Harper, who's sitting next to me. He set this camera up under an overpass, and we're pointing it right across the river. And I want you to just see kind of where that line of clouds is. And right on behind the camera, what you can't see is the storm coming. I'm looking at a lot of lightning right now. I am listening to thunder, and there's heavy rain. And the reason you're seeing the camera and not us is because we're inside a car. The camera's replaceable. My photojournalist, Ben Harper, is not. And so we wanted to be somewhere very safe and somewhere where we can see and communicate to you what is happening. And there's more lightning. You're seeing it more frequently within probably 10 to 15 seconds of each other, and the amount of time between the lightning and the thunder is also decreasing, which tells me, of course, that this is moving closer, because usually if you see that lightning and then it's a long time for the thunder, that's the speed of sound, and it takes some time for it to travel here. But that is not the case. We're watching it come now, and lightning strikes, yes, every 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah, it is deceiving because it looks peaceful, and obviously we can't hear the thunder.
Yeah, don't lose Ben, because pay attention to what Chris is going to say, because Hastings is in the crosshairs, right, Chris?
Yeah, let me show you what's happening right now. In fact, on live radar, I can show you. Here's Jonah, and here's Ben, who is not replaceable. Let's emphasize that. The thunderstorms are passing to the south. Nothing severe, but as Jonah mentioned, look at the lightning strikes. It is a strong thunderstorm. It is pouring just south of Hastings, and all these storms, this has been the case all day long. They're moving at about 50 miles per hour, which is very fast. Oftentimes when we're tracking storms, they're in the 25 to 35 mile per hour range. So they hit fast and furious. The strongest storms continue to be to the south. We've been tracking this for quite some time. We did have some dust ups up near St. Cloud earlier this afternoon. Everything's quieted down from the Twin Cities on north, but you can see the severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have a couple active tornado warnings. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but these storms have exhibited rotation since they were on the other side of 35, and the National Weather Service is not going to wave the all-clear signal because we keep picking up on rotation near Kenyon, heading toward Goodhue, eventually Red Wing, and this is kind of the tail end of it. But I'm going to strip away all the radar data so you can see specifically if you live in these areas from Pine Island to Goodhue, Red Wing. Go to the basement, go to your safe spot. If you're watching at work, get to a safe spot wherever your workplace is, because these are strong and dangerous storms, and they have exhibited rotation throughout the afternoon and into the evening hours. But you can see the severe thunderstorm warning still in effect. Owatonna, it's still pouring just south of Owatonna. And I'm going to zoom it out just to kind of show you the storm reports. It's been primarily hail, oftentimes pea-size. At times, it's eclipsed 1.5 inches in diameter. We've had some wind reports as well. And here's the line. Things are quiet now. In fact, look at the sun is shining in Wilmer, Marshall, and Worthington. All clear there, but still not, especially south of the metro. Let's go back to meteorologist Mike Augustinek.
And while we'd all love to be in Wilmer right now, the reason we're here with you is because we know you may not be out of the woods yet. So let's reset and talk about what's still to come over the next few hours. Thanks for sticking with us here on CBS News Minnesota and on WCCO. This gold shaded area, the yellow boxes or the yellow counties, are tornado watch counties, and these go until 11 o'clock, except I will give you the caveat that that's probably not actually going to happen. Already, the first tornado watch that came out earlier today has been canceled as the storms roared through quickly across southwestern Minnesota. And the same is likely to happen west to east in sort of a county line by county line fashion over the next few hours as the back edge of this current wave of severe weather moves through. It extends up toward Pine County and Mille Lacs County. There has been little to no indication that severe weather is going to actually develop here, although we're keeping a close eye on it for you. What is more likely and what we have seen is that the severe weather that Chris was showing you south of the immediate metro area will likely continue and maintain its strength as it moves toward the Mississippi Valley and into southeastern Minnesota. The metro has been excluded from this big severe weather threat as well. We tried to get a few thunder showers and downpours going, but there's been some inhibiting factor, likely in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, that has prevented prevented these storms from really taking off. This is what we, perhaps you heard the term even going back to yesterday with Lisa, would refer to as a conditional threat, which means there's some point where if we can get storms past that point and they actually take off, they'll become strong to severe. The question is in exactly how many communities those storms are able to take off. We have had not only tornado spin-ups and funnel clouds and wall clouds, which is the precursor to a tornado, but also we've had a ton of hail with this line that continues and will continue as it moves off to the east. Widespread, massive severe thunderstorm warning in effect for that hail threat. In fact, I'm seeing that Steele County saw up to, looks like about 2-inch diameter hail reported from the National Weather Service. That was about 6 miles east of Lamond in Steele County. That picture just coming in. And again, we'll effort getting that to you to share it with you on the air. We've also seen widespread penny to quarter size hail in and around Faribault. So this area, even though the tornado threat did not end up becoming quite as widespread, will still likely be cleaning up some damage as we go through the rest of the night tonight into tomorrow. This is the one remaining storm, at least as of now, that has a tornado threat still with it. That's why we have this tornado warning that includes Goodhue, Zimbrota, Pine Island, and at least for the next minute and a half, Kenyon. Although I'll be honest with you, Kenyon, this tornado threat looks to me to have moved past you. But this rotation here, broad at times, but also at times it's been able to get a little more focused, and that indicates the potential for a tornado. At least the possibility that a tornado could drop from the cloud base and touch the ground. That has been continuing for hours on end. And again, this is moving off to the northeast, about to cross Highway 52 at about 40 miles an hour. So again, there's no scientific reason, no meteorological reason why this, even though the warning does not include Red Wing right now, would not be able to continue over the next 30 to 60 minutes as it continues up toward the Red Wing direction. So if you're here, Red Wing, if you're watching us in Lake City, this is one to pay closer attention to than maybe you do on a typical day. All right, if there's a warning, we'll bring it to you for sure. But for now, just start to think about what you're going to do if a warning is issued for your area. As we continue to see this line move to the south and east, again, you're looking here at the Twin Cities sort of on the backside of all of this rainfall. The potential that we see anything develop here in the metro over the next hour or so is pretty slim at this point, but we're still going to continue to watch it for you. Chris mentioned this. These are the severe weather reports. What we have up north is some heavy rain reports. Here to the south and to the west, there are some pretty large hail reports. We'll have some time to dig into these over the next few hours. I expect more to be issued and to populate on the map as we go through the next several hours. But again, this is all over probably, Frank and Amelia, certainly within the next 4 hours or so. And if you're watching us in the Twin Cities out towards St. Cloud and Wilmer, it's pretty much over now, setting us up for a pretty nice week of weather ahead.
Well, that's a relief.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Mike. You heard Mike talking about the hail over in Faribault. We're going to take you there. We're actually video that was taken there earlier, so we can see the dark skies there looking very ominous. It looks like this is when the storm started moving in.
Yeah, really dark. We also have a photo that we wanted to share with you. Our crew taking some shelter. That's Ari Mendoza in the foreground and Kirsten Mitchell in the background. They had a run into a grocery store cooler because things were getting a little hairy. Kirsten, are you in Faribault right now? Can you hear me? What happened? You guys obviously saw something you didn't like and wanted to get somewhere safe.
Yeah, that's right. We're all safe. Everyone is good here. We're still at this grocery store. This is Fairway. This is the cooler that we were sheltering in was inside this grocery store. And what happened was we were doing our last live shot and the sirens were going off that there was a tornado warning. And that's when we saw that really ominous sky and just knew we had to take shelter. So graciously, I mean, these employees were incredible. They let us in. They let anyone in and they said, hey, come back to the cooler. There was about 15 of us kind of huddling back there as the sky out here was getting very dark, a lot of precipitation. I don't know if there was hail personally. I didn't see it myself because we were sheltering inside, but now you can see the sky starting to lighten behind me. That is a really nice sign because earlier, I mean, it looked like it was nighttime. The street lights you can see are on and sunset's not until, you know, after 8 p.m. So it really did get dark and kind of scary out here. So that's why we took shelter, which is, you know, what you're supposed to do in this situation. Now that system is moving to the west. We're seeing quite a bit of lightning. That's a system that is continuing to march through this area, but we are okay here in Faribault, and that system just moving on to the next area. So, Chris, I know you're tracking that as well.
Yeah, it's an impressive line of thunderstorms we've been watching since they were born back in extreme southwestern Minnesota. But they're moving rather quickly, about 50 miles per hour, and you can see the active tornado warnings. That's Doppler indicated. We're still picking up rotation, but nothing is on the ground that we're tracking. But look at this widespread net of severe thunderstorm warnings as well because of the hail that oftentimes is coming down pea size, but at times has been more sizable, as we've been talking about. Here's a look at what I call the hail tracks. You see the history of the hail, and anytime they get into these shades of blue and green, that's when they're approaching quarter size to golf ball size. And we've had several reports, several pictures of people holding the hail in their hands with quarters for reference. Thank you. I appreciate that. It gives us a real good idea of what's going on. Here's the current hail areas. This is really small. This is pea size. It could be coming down like rain or snow. I hate to mention that word. But we have some more sizable hail south of Owatonna that's just skipped across 35. I'm sure a lot of motorists were having issues with that. Remember, do not stop under underpasses. That's an extremely dangerous situation. You're better off continuing to drive out of the cell, especially with them moving in this west to east fashion. Here in the Twin Cities, pretty spared. Not much to talk about. We've had some severe weather when it was back near St. Cloud. It has now just become garden variety thunderstorms, basically. This is the line we'll continue to watch. I'll show you on future radar what we plan for that to do. It will skirt off to the east by 9 o'clock tonight. By our 10 o'clock news, it'll be a memory. It'll be gone. In fact, everything will weaken after sunset as well. A few spotty showers are possible overnight. And then we get into the day tomorrow, and by 7 o'clock in the morning, most of us are dealing with sunshine. Mike talked about this a few minutes ago. We're in for a very nice day tomorrow. You'll appreciate the humidity will be scoured out of here as drier air comes in. Temperatures will fall back to the 50s and the 60s as well. And I want to give you the 7-day forecast because it's a pretty nice week once we get through the next couple of hours. Upper 60s on Wednesday with more sunshine. We do have some scattered showers possible when the Wild are back in action against the Knights, the Golden Knights. This is not going to be severe. Don't worry about that. And look, as we head into the weekend, we're talking about highs climbing up into the 70s this weekend. We might even hit 80 on Monday. So once we get through the rough stuff in the next couple of hours, we got a pretty beautiful week on tap. Let's go back to Lisa Meadows now. She's been down in the heart of it from Albert Lea to Faribault and Owatonna. I can hear the rain. You can see the wiper action. Lisa, in the next weather tracker, what's the latest?
Hi, yep. So we're to the east of Faribault, where you did hear Kirsten Mitchell did take shelter from what was a tornado-warned storm at the time. That has since passed. Our current location is along Minnesota 60, and we're on the approach to Kenyon. So what you're seeing in front of us is that storm that was tornado warned. That tornado warning has passed to the east of Kenyon, but it is still tornado warned to the east of that area. But there's also a severe thunderstorm warning that's coming up from the south, and that's for some of that hail thrown in there as well. And you can see some reflectivity on that radar structure. What we're seeing here on the ground, obviously seeing the heavy rain, a lot of lightning still associated with this, but not necessarily seeing any hail just yet. But again, we are headed east along Minnesota 60, headed towards Kenyon right now, back behind that tornado-warned storm. And then that severe thunderstorm warning that was near the Owatonna area is moving. The tornado or severe thunderstorm warning box is moving to the northeast a little bit. So some of that heavier rain and even some hail, something that we'll have to watch for here as we continue to head east.
All right, thanks, Lisa. Appreciate your report and reporting, as always. I want to actually bring up Lisa's weather sensor on the roof of the next weather tracker, and that's coming up in a second. The rain has definitely cooled things in that area. So, again, it's pretty hard to get tornado spin-ups with temperatures near 53 degrees. They're moving, so this wind, we actually do subtract the motion of the vehicle from this wind, but this is probably a little bit off. Bottom line is that the next weather tracker, winds have not been a huge issue so far, but hail has been, and Lisa mentioned that. A lot of reports of hail in the Kenyon area, in the Faribault area, and this is the area that we're focused in on here, or at least downstream from that now, where the storms have moved to. And this is still a very, very it's a storm that's sustained its strength. It's a very persistent storm with rotation still being picked up here. The strongest part of the storm and likely the most dangerous part of the storm now just moving into the Goodhue area from Zumbrota. This is the wind view, which again is showing what direction raindrops are being blown by the storm. And with that, it's sort of like X-ray vision inside the storm to see how healthy it is and what it may be capable of doing. There's still a tornado warning on it, and it's also been showing no signs of weakening in another way, which is the lightning. This is probably a little less intense than it was 2 hours ago, with lightning strikes, though, still hitting pretty frequently. This thing is maintaining its strength, even though we're getting a little later into the day, a little later into the evening. It looks to me like it's going to hold together, and a new warning will likely be issued downstream to include Red Wing and Maiden Rock, and that is likely, not a guarantee, but likely to be a tornado warning. So I think what I should do here is probably put a storm track on this for you instead of just talking about it. I'm going to show and tell. And again, I'll put this first storm track on the most dangerous part of that storm, which is where that little notch is just to the east of Goodhue. Here are the towns that, regardless of whether there's a warning currently in effect for you or not, you should be taking shelter right now because there is the potential of damaging winds, damaging hail, or potentially even a tornado. And that includes Belvedere in about 7 minutes at 6:30. The Rush River Delta State Park, I think that is. If you happen to know anybody that's out there hiking or enjoying the afternoon, maybe give them a call, give them a text, tell them, hey, you should get inside to a sturdy shelter. Oh, I see. Delta State Natural Area. Forgive me, did not read the whole thing. Maiden Rock, 6:45. We have Weather Watcher in Maiden Rock. Jan, make sure that you're in the basement, if you have one, or an interior room or closet. Same advice for our weather watchers as for everybody. Again, no picture, no photo, no video is worth you potentially getting hurt. The storm continues, I think, toward the Plum City area at 6:54, and then Durand, Wisconsin at 7:05. Again, if it happens to hold together at that point, and we'll see, because it has been a long-lived storm. Here's the rest of what's going on. This was an area of individual thunderstorm cells when this line was well back off to the west when you and I first started talking around 4 o'clock this afternoon. It's now turned into a line, which in this case right now looks to be bringing a hail threat with it and a strong straight line wind threat with it. You can see the leading edge of the line now moving a little more south of due east. So Dodge Center, Ellendale, and areas around Wells getting hit with the strongest part of the storm now or within the past few minutes. However, there are more communities downwind that are in the path of the storm, and so I'll put a storm track on it for you, and we'll move this one a little more due east at about 50 miles an hour. So again, this isn't necessarily the tornado threat. This is the larger scale severe thunderstorm, hail, and wind threat, which also needs to be taken seriously today. Casson, 6:29, there's the potential for a severe thunderstorm. Byron at 6:36. Albert Lee, where Lisa was but no longer is, at 6:43. And Rochester at 6:49. We have a new tornado warning that just came out, and so let's take a look at this. Oh, this is the area I was just warning you about. So these are the same communities that I just mentioned. Now a tornado warning in effect for you. This tornado warning includes Keister, Foster, Albert Lee, Glenville, and Clarks Grove, and this one goes until 7 o'clock. It's also got the potential, as you can see, for up to golf ball size hail. This is a radar indicated tornado. There are storm spotters out there, and they're likely watching this to see if it does or is able to put a tornado onto the ground. But for now, it's radar indicated, something, Frank and Amelia, that you should still take seriously, even though, you know, some people sometimes see these and think, well, that's not a real tornado. It could happen at any moment on a day like today.
Helpful information, Mike. Thanks. We want to give you a live look at part of what Mike was talking about as well. This is Highway 52 as we're looking southbound near Cannon Falls, heading towards Zumbrota. And you can see, as we've seen all afternoon, lots of lightning in these photos and in these traffic cameras.
And we want to go back and join Jonah Kaplan and photographer Ben Harper, who are in Hastings. And last time we saw them, Jonah was talking about the lightning and the thunder that was going on, looking ominous. It still looks very dark there. You guys still in the car? It looks like you changed your position, Jonah.
We did very carefully. We ran out, turn it around, ran right back into the car just to give you a view because, let's remind people, why are we here? We're here so that you at home don't have to be, to give you the idea of what's happening and how serious this is. Not to make a show of it, but because of, again, the severity of the situation and why it matters to you and your family. And where we are positioned, we also want to show, sometimes you think, well, what's around downtown? Here's a little power substation, and there's a lightning rod right in the front of it. We've been watching the lightning, which is, again, the distance and the amount of time in between the lightning and the thunder is getting greater now, so we think the storm is moving out of the way. But lightning can strike anywhere and make any kinds of problems, and that's something we're talking with emergency officials about, and we hope to get an update from them soon.
All right, Jonah, thank you for the thank you for the update.
Yeah, we're going to go to Chris now for the latest. Hi there, Chris.
Hi, yeah, let's kind of wrap it up with what's, this is what was. We had the thunderstorms we watched earlier that cranked out several hail reports, also up around the St. Cloud area, some wind damage here and there. We've had several tornado warnings, but very few that were confirmed on the ground at all by trained spotters. This is what is at the moment. Our focus is here in the Twin Cities. We got lucky. Things split and went to the north and south with most of the energy to the south. Mike Augustinak was just telling you we're concerned about the area of what will be out ahead of the current tornado warning. This is Doppler indicated. We're still picking up rotation. Nothing confirmed on the ground, and we just extended the severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of it. Makes sense because these are not showing any signs of weakening. Very heavy rain coming your way, some strong winds, especially at this leading edge. It's called the gust front, and you see the lightning as well. So strong to severe thunderstorms, and we'll keep an eye on the possible rotation that's heading toward Goodhue, and eventually we'll be heading toward places like Menominee and Eau Claire. And we also had the recent tornado warning. Again, Doppler indicated to the south. We've been watching thunderstorms pop down in Iowa. All of that is moving to the east. The cold front you see trailing back in western, southwestern Minnesota, that's going to usher in the drier and much more comfortable air, and that's going to feel good because it's warmed up into the 70s. It's very humid out there with dew points in the 60s. That dry air will drop those dew points likely back into the 40s, much more comfortable for tomorrow. We're still watching this area. You see the tornado watch that includes the Twin Cities. This will likely drop shortly. They will hold until 11 o'clock, certainly in western Wisconsin and southeastern Minnesota, where we continue to see the tornado warnings as well as the severe thunderstorm warnings. The rest of the week looks really nice. You can expect sunshine returning tomorrow with highs in the low 60s, and it's going to get very warm by next weekend. We're going to take you to Wheel of Fortune, but you can stay with us. CBS News Minnesota. Go there. We'll continue to cover the nasty stuff until we can finally say all clear. Thanks for watching and staying safe. All right, let's check in with Lisa Meadows now. Lisa has been down in southern Minnesota in the heart of where we expected the rough stuff, essentially. She started in Albert Lea, worked her way up toward Faribault and Owatonna. Lisa, it's been quite an afternoon and early evening for you tracking the rough stuff.
Right, and we are still behind the storms right now. So we are headed east here, and we are just to the east of Kenyon, and what you are seeing and directly in front of us is Zumbrota. So that is where we have the severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like the tornado warning, the last tornado warning, has just dropped off. Still seeing a severe thunderstorm warning in place. What we're seeing here on the ground is some of this heavy rainfall, lots of lightning still with this, but not necessarily experiencing any hail per se here. These storms have been pushing, again, from west to east, so we're kind of back behind the stronger reflectivity, which would have the heavier rain and also some of that hail, so we are behind the hail. But we're going to continue to head east here, headed toward Zumbrota, where the severe thunderstorm warnings are still in place. Again, we're still experiencing some of the heavy rain and also lightning, but not necessarily experiencing the strong wind gusts. Can't feel them at least, and also not dealing with any hail at this point.
All right. Thank you, Lisa. We, of course, have crews in several parts of the state We have one crew, Kirsten Mitchell, over in Faribault. We want to show you some video that we saw earlier. This is a storm moving in there, and then you can see the lightning and hear the thunder. And I know that Kirsten and the crew actually had to run and take shelter at one point.
Yeah, they heard, well, you can see how dark the sky is, and they heard the tornado sirens going off. Of course, they were listening to Chris and Mike, and they knew the reports of tornado warning in Faribault, and that's why they went ahead and took shelter. And you can see why. And we're just not used to this, right? This is the end of April. We, if it's June or July, we probably had a couple rounds of storms like this, but this time of year we haven't. And they saw the ominous clouds like that, and they went and took some shelter. And Gusty, I'm glad they did, and I know some other folks still need to do that tonight, and that's why we're here on CBS News Minnesota live, keeping folks informed about what they need to know.
Yeah, the transition from severe weather to late winter weather is actually going to happen pretty quickly, and we're not going to spend too much time on that part of it because it is not going to be the highest impact out of this whole system, but it is part of what's next, and I sort of want to spend about a minute on that here. Here's Lisa's next weather tracker data. She's been talking about how she's been on the backside of the storm. So the storms have already moved through and dropped temperatures south of the Twin Cities to about 53, but look at these forecast lows coming up overnight tonight. Okay, this is part of the story. Twin Cities on south and east, these are normal for this time of year, mid-40s. We'll drop down to 26 tonight in Bemidji and in Fargo. And these raindrops that you see, those will not be falling when temperatures are below freezing. The rain will have wrapped up by then, but there certainly could be a few wet snowflakes mixing in as temperatures fall coming up later on tonight. And as I show you again what's coming next over the next 12 hours, watch northern Minnesota. We already have the hint that we could be getting a little bit of sleet mixing in. And as we go through the next several hours, that chance will only increase. Even though there's no accumulation expected and travel impacts are not expected, it's still that time of year where, Frank, as you said, we're not used to this severe weather, but really we could get one or the other, either one. A little farther south, where we continue to watch that severe weather threat, Chris and I have been mentioning for about an hour now, there's no real reason to expect these storms to weaken over the next 1 to 2 hours as they move into the Mississippi Valley. Forecast imagery showing you that by 7:30, even though things are starting to quiet down, so within the next hour here in the metro, and that front will likely be through at that point, it's still a potential for severe weather through 9, maybe 10 o'clock, including Winona, Rochester, Albert Lee, and that rain to a little bit of wet snow mixing in off to the north. After midnight, I think this whole system is out. Things do start to quiet down. We might get a few raindrops or early morning rain showers tomorrow before things go over to dry weather. But we are not out of the woods yet, and we're still focused. Here's the Twin Cities on areas to the south. Still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 active warnings. 5 active warnings along a line here that at times has been a bigger hail threat than tornado threat, and at times has been a bigger tornado threat than hail threat. So we were talking about 10, 15 minutes ago, and I mentioned, Red Wing and points south, even though there were no warnings, there was likely one coming your way because this system would likely maintain. That's still the case. So Red Wing is not in this warning. Just to the south, though, Maiden Rock, Goodhue, Lake City, all under a severe thunderstorm warning with signs that this storm is still likely maintaining its rotation and therefore its intensity. And then this area here, a new tornado warning includes Albert Lee and just south of Wells. This is an area that we'll take a little closer look here. It's an area that could potentially have tornadoes spin up and drop out of those clouds really at any moment. So we'll take a look here using our velocity tracker. This is kind of on the extreme fringe of the radar, which means at this point, the radar beam is about 5,000 or 6,000 feet off the ground, and we have a little less resolution. But the National Weather Service that issues these warnings are very valuable partners, indicating that along this kind of bumpy leading edge here, we still could have a brief tornado spin up that could cause some damage. So I'll loop this for you, this radar for you, just to sort of get a sense of the direction things are moving. The whole line of storms is moving only very slowly off to the east, while individual storm cells themselves are sort of moving along that line much more quickly, like 40 to 50 miles an hour. So, for example, in and near the Keister area, that little hook on the radar is indicating that there is some rotation ongoing there, and that's going to likely track sort of along the leading edge of this downpour. So, Conger, Clarks Grove under the gun for this potential tornadic thunderstorm coming up over the next about 45 minutes or so. Here in the Twin Cities, we've been talking about how storms really haven't had a chance to get going. I can tell you that we are probably done now here in the metro area. I'm looking at our rooftop sensor, and I can see the dew point has dropped from the mid-60s into the mid-50s. And that means that we have now gotten enough dry air, rain-cooled air out of these storms that even if the front has not gone by at this point, and it likely hasn't, in fact, I'll paint it on for you here. It's back here. It's what's causing these bright white clouds. Even though that hasn't moved through yet, with this rain-cooled air moving in, that's it. We are done. There's just not going to be enough moisture or instability in the atmosphere for any storms that might even still get going in the mid-levels of the atmosphere to ever connect down to the ground, which essentially removes our tornado threat. So we do still have a tornado watch in effect officially until 11 o'clock, but my thought is that they're going to likely, Frank and Amelia, to start chipping away at the back edge of that pretty quickly here as they start to see the same thing that we're seeing here in the next weather center.
We're so good with that. That's no problem. Yeah.
Thank you. And you saw Mike just now showing us the system, the radar there in Red Wing, that there's storms moving through there. This is a live camera of Red Wing. You see a little bit of lightning there. So a little bit of sunshine still in the area.
Well,
it'll get dark, though. It's starting to slowly.
We'll take you a little further south of Red Wing to Zumbrota, where darker clouds there and much more rain. And Chris, I was surprised that Mike said it was going to last this long into the evening, that this thing still has enough juice to it, for lack of a better word, to keep going, huh?
Yeah, especially the southern flank, Frank. Rhymed. It never really weakened. Once it fired up to the south, it's maintained its strength and its severity from corner literally to corner. So you can see it's quiet now out ahead of it in Rochester. It won't be for long because I don't see any signs of it weakening to the south. But Mike Augustinak mentioned how things have quieted down here. I just looked outside our studio windows. I saw some sunshine. There was a gentleman walking his dog. It's all good. I get it, because that line, the dangerous line, is now east of the Twin Cities area. We'll bring it in a little closer to show you good news. The tornado warning that was in effect for several counties has now been canceled. We're not picking up on that rotation anymore, but we still have severe thunderstorm warnings out ahead of it. That goes to Wabasha, even jumping across into western Wisconsin as these maintain their strength. Still dangerous storms. I still hope you would go to the basement. It doesn't take a tornado warning to do so. These thunderstorms can be very dangerous as well. And out ahead of it, again, just be smart, be safe. It won't last long. It will clear. So just get down to the lower level of your house if you can for the next couple of hours. And not much to show you on hail. The purple you see indicates pea-size hail. It's still coming down. I'm sure you'll still see videos of it on your Facebook feed. But that has weakened as well. We're still keeping an eye on the rotation heading toward the Albert Lee area. We'll bring you in a little closer to show you the strong thunderstorms there. The rotation has been picked up around Keister. Nothing confirmed on the ground. And you can see it's starting to wash out in that area, which is good news with the winds we're showing here. But still, to the south, a dangerous situation, something we will continue to monitor. We'll see increasing sunshine before it sets here in the Twin Cities even. And look at this, the sun has been shining for quite some time to the west, where it's a very pleasant evening, but still not in the clear. In fact, I think I do. Mike talked about the likelihood of the tornado watch being canceled. It has been for the Twin Cities area. Still exists in western Wisconsin, still exists to the south where it should. We will likely see these counties drop off from west to east over the next couple of hours as the storms basically will move out of our area. Frank, Amelia?
Good, that's encouraging.
Thank you. Well, it looks like the sun is shining in Hastings and Jonah, and photographer Ben Harper are out of the car, so that system must have moved through Jonah.
I wouldn't go that far to say the sun is shining, but if you look behind me, you really see the different shades of gray. Not 50, but there are quite a few. And you just see the different layers of clouds, and you see very far in the distance there still maybe some lightning strikes, but way too far, and you know they're so far because you can't hear any thunder. So the speed of sound not reaching us out here. But if you turn around over here, Ben, let's look at the Mississippi River over here. Not sure if that's blue sky or just, again, lighter shades of gray. And that is important because that's where you see maybe the line of storms coming through, and you still see some of those thick masses of clouds in the distance there because, hey, you know what? there's a lot of activity in the atmosphere, that's what happens. But I'm no meteorologist. Mike Augustinak is, and he's been tracking all of this. And look, Mike, for the people now coming out of their basements, look, you know what? A little rain, not such a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, you might not be a meteorologist, but are you a Grateful Dead fan? Because you just quoted one of their songs. A lighter shade of gray.
No comment.
Okay, fine, that's fair. Well, you're not on the stand or under oath. Yeah, things are starting to quiet down. I am now, along with the National Weather Service and Chief Meteorologist Chris Schaefer, saying the metro is done from our severe weather threat. There may be some rain still. There could be a thunderstorm, but skies featuring some breaks in the clouds, but temperatures are now starting to fall. The dew point has fallen. The atmospheric pressure is rising a little bit, and that means that the atmosphere is sort of drying out. That is why the National Weather Service, as Chris showed you a few minutes ago, removed the Twin Cities metro from the severe thunderstorm watch, which continues in these yellow shaded counties until 11 o'clock. I'm never one to argue with our colleagues and trusted team members at the National Weather Service, but I would be very surprised if this part of the watch ends up bringing much, if any, severe weather Pine County into northwestern Wisconsin. But this certainly is still an active area, and we are continuing to watch it. We are seeing a line of thunderstorms that has just kept going and going and going. Severe thunderstorms now with mostly a wind and hail damage across areas just crossing the Mississippi River Valley, still showing some now more ragged signs of rotation. But if we put lightning on, still plenty of dangerous lightning, some heavy rain, and still showing that this system is not, or this storm cell is not completely done. So, you know, Maiden Rock, you're in the warning for a reason. Durand, Wisconsin, you're in the warning for a reason. Even though this is about 20 miles away, it's likely to maintain some strength as it continues to push eastward. Severe thunderstorm warning, and then embedded in it a tornado warning well down to the south along the I-90 corridor. This little notch right here indicating where we could potentially have a brief tornado spin up, and it's all sort of tracking south of I-90. And Albert Lee, you're in the tornado warning, so you should absolutely be in your tornado safe spot. But it looks at this point like this is going to be mostly a wind and hail threat with the potential for an embedded tornado briefly spinning up. We'll continue to keep an eye on that. Again, watching the radar here in the Twin Cities, could be a little bit of patchy shower activity. The cold front is yet to move through, and so our potential for rain is still there until that happens, while at the same time, the area that's been on the cold side of the storm the entire time will likely start to see a little bit of wet snow and maybe even a little sleet mix in as this area pivots across northern Minnesota as we go through the next several hours. There's the cold front. This is continuing to steam on eastward, and so again, as we continue to keep an eye on the radar, we expect that the tornado watch boxes and severe thunderstorm warnings will start to diminish slowly over the next 30 minutes to an hour. We are going to keep an eye on things for you. We're going to break back in on CBS News Minnesota if there's any sign of anything new firing up. But for now, we're going to get you back to regularly scheduled programming, and come back and join us tonight live starting at 10 o'clock as well.
you.